Hi guys, how are you guys doing? Okay, Cucumber Toast, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Hi Christina, I'll add you to the list too. Anytime. While I wait for Cucumber Toast to pick a pile, I'm going to go ahead and make a list. Okay, Cucumber, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 26. Hi Blue Butterfly. Yeah, I can add you to the list too. Thank you. Okay, Cucumber Toast. So as far for your question, if they're stalking you from afar, this card, you picked the 8 of Wands, and this is a definite yes. It seems like they also, like, this card usually represents like kind of like rushing speed and like movement and taking action. So honestly, you can expect them to be like doing more than just stalking you from afar. Like they're going to be reaching out to you pretty soon because they're starting to feel comfortable with having enough freedom and just confidence to kind of like approach you and stop all this afar nonsense, if that makes sense. So you can expect things to be picking up the pace with this energy and this connection, okay? This is also like encouragement too. This card is always kind of like a sign, kind of letting you know to like go with the flow and like don't resist it. But also keep in mind that everything is going to start moving fast. So, if this is something you want to pursue, just keep up with the momentum and just remember, don't like try not to resist it. If it's something you want though, okay? Thank you for your question. Anytime, Cucumber. Okay, Suman, are you ready? Okay, Suman, let me finish shuffling really quick. Go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Hi, Thakur. Yeah, I can add you. Okay, Suman, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 36. Hi, Melody. Yeah, I can add you too. Thank you, Ticker. Okay, I'll update the list after I finish helping Suman. Hi, GA. Yeah, I can add you to the list too. Okay, Suman. So it seems like the card you picked is the Six of Cups. And this card is all about like overall kind of feeling like not necessarily not having a care in the world, but not in a bad way. It's kind of like think of that like childlike energy you have, you know, where you're kind of just going with the flow around you and having fun in everything you're doing, not really taking everything too seriously and stuff like that. So it seems like how they feel towards you is like when they're with you, they just feel carefree in like the best way. Like they kind of like it's like you when you guys are together, when you guys talk, or just when they think of you, they get like these happy memories that reminds them of their past. And it's all just pretty much about like overall, this is all about them. When they see you, they get like that breath of fresh air type energy, if that makes sense. And they're also like willing to like get to know you better and learn, so you guys could advance together too. And as far as when, it seems like as far as when you should be expecting them to reach out to you. I'm getting the number 6. It could be within the next 6 days. This is usually kind of like, depending on obviously your guys' connection, but this is usually kind of like 6 days, kind of like, it could also, because this is usually like a movement card too, so you can expect things to happen quickly. I don't know why I keep getting 6, so it could be within 6 days to like 6 months, depending on your guys' situation, obviously. I hope that makes sense, Suman. Thank you for your question. Okay, hold on really quickly. Next up is going to be Christina A. I'm going to go ahead and update the list really quick, though. Anytime, Suman. Thank you for coming back. Okay, I updated the list so you guys can see it on the screen now. Okay, Christina, let me go ahead and shuffle these cards really quick so we can start fresh. And then you can go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 right away. Okay, Christina, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 29. Hi, Rapali. I can add you to the list. Okay, Christina, go ahead and pick one more card between 1 and 28. Because the cards you picked can be like a little bit complicated. So I kind of want a little bit more insight, if that makes sense. Yeah, those are really my eyes. Hi, Israel. Hi, hello. Yeah, I'll update the list after I'm done helping Christina. Thank you, hello. Okay, Christina, so for the first card you picked, you picked the Three of Swords first, and the second is the Knight of Swords. So let's start with the Three of Swords first. So with the Three of Swords, that's why I wanted to like kind of pull a second card to kind of get a little bit more insight, because the Three of Swords typically has to do with like emotional releases. So you can kind of expect them to, it's just like, because with the second card you have the Knight of Swords, and that one is all about like making moves and also like quick action, if that makes sense. And they also, it seems like they have their mind set on this connection, but they also find it difficult to commit, and it's not because of you, but it seems like they may have went through something in their past, but this is a sign that positive change is definitely coming your way. Like if you've been wanting for this connection or something new to happen in your life, this is going to be it, if that makes sense. And with this Three of Swords, it seems like they may be opening up to you as far as to what makes it difficult for them to commit and like to begin with, if that makes sense. Okay, yeah, that makes sense, because this card is usually about like kind of like learning to open up a little bit. So it seems like they're starting to trust you more, and you can expect them to like slowly kind of like, it seems like you're kind of breaking that shell that they have, because I can see a lot of hurt. Like this Three of Swords usually means like they got hurt in the past, from like anyway, it could have been emotionally, physically, or like just overall cheated on. Like it seems like there's a lot going on. So it seems like over these next 3 months, they're going to be opening up to you a lot more. And they're going to be opening up to you, like I said, about why they kind of find it difficult to commit. So you should be seeing them kind of express themselves more, if that makes sense overall. Because this is like a great sign that change is going to be coming. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is a great sign then, especially if you're saying that. Because it's all about kind of like being emotionally closed off and learning to stop all that. So it seems like whatever you've been doing, just keep doing what you're doing, because they're definitely going to be opening up to you within the next 3 months. They may be doing it a little bit slow though. So, try not to be pushy, not to say that you are, but it seems like they have a hard time opening up. So when they do, kind of take it as it is and kind of go with it slow, but they're definitely going to be opening up to you soon. Yeah, because it seems like they want to get out of this whole, like, it's like they know what they're doing as far as this not really expressing themselves, and they definitely want to stop that, if that makes sense. And also, lastly, it's going to be kind of spontaneous when they start doing it, so just kind of keep that in mind. Because it seems like I'm getting, they're the type of person that kind of like won't necessarily plan ahead. They'll kind of like do it in the moment. So if you guys are in a, like, not an intimate setting, but like emotionally intimate setting where they just kind of feel comfortable, you can kind of like expect the unexpected. Because it seems like they may be the type of person to just kind of like lay it all on you on the spot, but they are going to keep doing it slowly. Okay, yeah, that's good then. Yeah, just keep an open ear for them, honestly, because it seems like as long as you keep doing what you're doing, you're going to start to learn like them a lot better. Thank you for your question. Anytime. Okay, let me update the list really quick, and then next up is Blue Butterfly. Hi, Aston. Okay, Blue Butterfly, let me just finish shuffling these cards, and we can definitely find that out for you. And then go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. And I also hope you're doing good today. Hi, enemy. Okay, pile 2. Okay, Blue Butterfly, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 26. I'm doing good, enemy. How about you? And I'll go ahead and update the list after I'm done with Blue Butterfly. Okay, blue butterfly. So it seems like the card you picked is the Queen of Pentacles. I swear, you always pick the best cards, and I don't know if it's a matter of you picking the best cards, but I just feel like this connection you have with him is like honestly just like it's like what like it's just so ideal, honestly. So as far as what you asked of how they're feeling after you expressed pretty much your love and your appreciation, it seems like this is first of all this is already like kind of telling you um, to be secure and not just in how you feel, but in how you receive anything. Because I don't know like how they exactly reacted, but just kind of telling you don't question anything because this connection between the two of you is so successful and it offers so much abundance and security that you shouldn't even worry necessarily about how they feel or just overall how they feel like as far as what you told them, because how they really feel underneath it all, like they feel like they're on the same level as you as far as when it comes to dedication, commitment, and ambition. Like they think that your guys' energy is so stable together that it's just like it offers so much prosperity to both your guys' lives together, and they're getting close to really just showing you how much you guys can indulge in that connection together, and you can expect them to definitely be like treating you. Yeah, that makes sense because honestly, your guys' cards, whenever you ask anything about them, is always great. Yeah, this card usually are like has to do with luxuries too. So just kind of keep in mind that expect some not necessarily luxury items, but expect them to try to find a. There's going to be a certain period of time where they're either going out of their way to treat you, or they're going to be treating you guys together, if that makes sense. Like they're going to be offering a little bit of indulgence for the both of you guys, as well as like love, obviously. But they just overall find this whole connection between the two of you, especially after this whole you being expressive. They find it very like nurturing. Like they pretty much love that. Yeah, with this card, I can definitely see you guys going. Yeah, this is usually a definite yes, and that could be why I'm getting this. Like they're gonna be trying to like kind of show you the luxuries they have, because they're gonna kind of show you. Because this card usually means too that it's definitely affordable for you guys to indulge in your guys' selves a little bit and take a break and kind of just enjoy what life has brought you and what it has to offer you. Because honestly, too, this usually has to do with like. Lastly, this card is usually pretty good, and when it comes to like finances, it usually kind of lets you know that after a period of hard work, you're gonna feel like really comfortable. So I think that's why I'm getting a yes too, as far as like this, you guys going out for summer. And then yeah, you guys definitely need to do that. What is it? I think it's called like a baby moon. I think that's what it's called. You know, when you guys go and have like that last hurrah before they get here. But it seems like what he's been working on is definitely gonna show some like just more promise than it has already. So I can definitely see you guys taking a vacation in the summer because it seems like they really want to just enjoy life's pleasures before it all starts to get just a little bit more serious. Okay, yeah, that's good. Yeah, because this card is usually all about kind of like materialistic items and just like financial security too. This is like a great card to get. So just know that even when it comes to this vacation, they may kind of like look for a deal, but they'll never compromise on the quality. I don't know why I'm getting that. So just kind of keep that in mind if that makes sense. So like I said, it seems like they're going to definitely be indulging in life with you pretty soon and either treating you or treating the both of you to something you guys kind of both deserve. That's good though, the way you feel. It's like a great connection to have. Yeah, thank you for your question. I wish you guys the best of luck. You guys always have like the best energy, I swear. Anytime. And I hope you're doing good, especially with those triplets, okay? Hi, Gurpreet. Yeah, I can add you to the list. Okay, next up is going to be the Kur. That's good. I'm glad to hear that, Blue Butterfly. Okay, Takur, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 so we can find out. Hi, Flirty Princess. Yeah, I can add you to the list too. Yeah, are you asking like to spell again like your name, like the way you're putting it? I can do that if that's what you're asking. Let me update it really quick. Oh, okay, sorry. Between a pile between 1 and 3. Let me fix it now. Okay. Okay, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 27. Hi, Rockstar. Yeah, the list is still open. Okay, the curse. So it seems like with the cards you picked, this is the moon card, and this one, it's more leaning towards a maybe. It's like it's not a no, but it's not a yes. It's like you can change it and turn it into a yes, because it seems like as far as this exam you have, there may be a little bit of kind of like a lack of information or knowledge that you may have as far as when it comes to it. So just kind of make sure as long as you study and do what you have to do, you can definitely turn that into a yes if that makes sense. Because it's kind of like a warning to kind of like proceed with some caution and make sure, like, kind of make sure you get to know and study a little bit extra. Like, kind of expect the unexpected, if that makes sense. Because there may be a little bit of, like, mental confusion when it comes to this. Because this card is kind of like, you know, like you have an idea of what it has to offer, but you may not have or understand the full scope of it. So this is kind of telling you to just be a little bit, oh, sorry, enemy. Let me add it back in. This is kind of telling you to, like, just be a little bit, just kind of prepare a little bit extra, if that makes sense. Let me see. Go ahead and pick one more between 1 and 26, and let me fix this list really quick. It's because I copied and pasted it, so that's why your name got missed, enemy, but you're right before Gurpreet. Okay, there you go, enemy. Sorry about that. You're in there. Okay, and then you said number 7. Okay, Thakur, just, you know, just like I said, then the second card you picked is the King of Swords, and this is all about being assertive and making, like, decision making. So as long as, like I said, you prepare enough and you have enough, what's it called? Just intellect as far as what this has to do and everything, you can definitely accomplish what you want to. Okay? Because it's all about just making sure you have enough logic and reason, just to make sure that you can achieve what you want to achieve. Just be assertive, okay? Thank you for your question. Anytime. Okay, and the next up is going to be Melody. Okay, Melody, let me shuffle really quickly and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. Hi, Farheen. I'm doing good. How about you? I can add you to the list. Okay, let me shuffle one last time. Okay, this is a great card. So you picked the 9 of Cups. And overall, this card is always about kind of like Like as far as how, or just no, how you said it. You said their next actions towards you. It seems like they may be reaching out to you and kind of showing some type of, kind of like the best way to put it is kind of showing you some appreciation, if that makes sense. Because this card is usually all about like wishes coming true and receiving some recognition. So I'm not sure if there's some type of talking you guys have done or if you've reached out to them or not, but this is kind of like a sign that you're going to be getting some recognition, so you should be expecting a response soon. And it seems like whatever positivity you've sent their way, they're being very appreciative of it. And they also will be like expressing some gratitude towards you. And also, just so you know, it seems like this may be a period of time where you guys may be getting like, they're feeling closer with you. So if it doesn't seem like it, kind of keep that in mind. They may not be good at expressing it, but they're kind of working on expressing it to you and letting you know how they're really feeling right now. And like lastly, this is like I said, I think I said this already. Like this card is all about kind of like looking towards the future with gratitude, and also looking towards the future in general, and also keeping in mind that like this card is a great sign that wishes are here to come true. Yeah, anytime, Melody. Thank you. Hi, Purple Pie. Yeah, I can add you as well. Okay, and next up is going to be JA. I'm going to go ahead and shuffle and give JA a chance to see if they're still here. If not, I can just come back to them when they pop in. Anytime. In the meantime, is Rupali still here or Israel? Is hello still here or Aston? I'll just make my way down the list, and if they pop back in, we'll just squeeze them back in. Because I don't want to keep you guys waiting too long either. Hi, hello. We're going to go ahead and move on with you because I'm not seeing the previous three here. So go ahead and ask your question and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay. Okay, hello. Go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 28. Thanks for letting me know you're here, Aston. You'll be up next. Okay, hello. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and roll some astrology dice for you too, just so we can kind of get an idea of the type of person that you're going to come across when this relationship does happen, if that makes sense. Okay, so it seems like with this card you have, you picked the Tower card. This card is overall just all about change. So you can expect this next relationship you have to be extremely different from all the previous ones you've had. Because this one is all about not just change, but when this relationship comes, it's going to come a little bit unexpected. Like, it's going to come when you least expect it, and it's going to bring you some positive change. Like, this is kind of like you're going to have a shift in the way you view relationships and love, if that makes sense. Because it's kind of like getting past a period of time where, you know, it's time to have something long-term instead of something short-term. And this is also kind of like a period of time too where this next relationship you have is going to transform you and kind of develop an individual understanding for not even just you but for them. And honestly, it already has. Like, the previous relationships you've had seems like it's kind of gave you this understanding of what you want, like what you know you want and what you're looking for in relationships. So that way, when you do get into this next relationship, you're going to make sure your needs are met, because you're not trying to, it seems like you're not trying to do this anymore. Like, you're done with the short term. You're kind of focused on trying to have a relationship that's going to, like, not just work out, but, you know, going to be there for longer than just a few months. And then let me roll some dice to kind of get an idea of just what they're going to be like overall. So you kind of get an idea of what to expect. Okay, so you have the moon, you have Cancer energy, and you have the 10th house. So as far as with the planet, you have the moon here, and this planet is pretty much, it's all about like kind of like this person is going to be emotional, like emotionally receptive in a good way. And they're definitely someone that's looking for long term. Like, they're going to kind of look at you, and I'm not sure if you're interested in something like that, but they may look at you and kind of see you as like a great maternal figure. And they're also care enough to make sure your personal needs are going to be met. And also, don't be surprised if they're one that enjoys cooking or like baking, because they may be the type of person that enjoys cooking for you or just going out of their way to do it. And they're also going to be very nurturing. And then with this Cancer energy, this can mean a couple things. It could always mean either you're a Cancer, they could end up being a Cancer, or they overall have Cancer traits, if that makes sense. And Cancer traits are usually, like, they're all about loyalty, like I said, nurturing, offering like compassion, unconditional love, like overall thinking long term. And like I said again, they're gonna definitely look at you and they're gonna get a lot of comfort, but they're also gonna look at you and think that you can make a great maternal figure. Like I said, if that's something you're interested in, though. And they're also gonna be like offering you like some unconditional love. So this is definitely like a long-term type energy, like I said, because this like is just like the overall energy of the relationship. Like, they may end up being a Cancer because you're not, or they, like I said, they have Cancer-like traits. And they also, don't be surprised if they have like a soft side. Not like a, you know, like a, not in a bad way, but, you know, they're not afraid to kind of show you when they're feeling some type of way, if that makes sense. Or they may be a little emotionally, or act emotionally, if that makes sense. And then with the 10th house, they're going to be focused with long-term goals. Like overall, and you can expect them, like I said again, this is like the third dice that's going to tell you that again. It seems like they may be seeking a family out of you if that's something you're interested in. And they're also like, they care about long-term success for the both of you, but they also may be also invested in their career and also yours as well. And kind of like their overall, their public reputation. Like they want to leave their mark in the world, if that makes sense. And they care about money, but not in a bad way. They just, like I said, they want to leave their mark in the world. Like they want to do everything they can and show the world what they're really made of. And they may also have some like masculine traits. So just kind of keep that in mind, okay? But this is definitely like a long-term connection. It's not anything like this is the last thing that's going to be short-term. And they also, like I said, they genuinely care about your needs being met, but they also don't be afraid because, or like don't be afraid, but just keep in mind that they're the type of person that's definitely going to be just telling you emotionally what they're looking for too. But thank you for the question. I hope that makes sense. Hi Cheryl. Hi Scorpio Queen. Okay, next up, I'm going to ask again to see if they're here. Is J.A., Rupali, or Israel here? If not, we're going to move on to Aston. And then I'm going to update the list really quickly too. Hi SK. Anytime, hello, thank you. Hi Ishida. Okay, let me write down this list really quick and then I'll update it. Okay, let me update the list really quick and then we'll get started with you, Aston. Okay, Aston, let me shuffle these cards really quick so we have a fresh start. And then Aston, you can go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 while I shuffle really quick. Anytime, Ishida. Okay, Aston, I'll go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 24 so we can find out what's going on as far as their actions. Okay, Aston. So it seems like the card you picked is the Sun card. And this is like such warm energy. So as far as their actions, this is kind of like first this card is always kind of like a sign to be optimistic. And it seems like there's a presence of not just feeling optimistic but fulfillment. And also success too. So you can expect, it seems like they may be being a little bit more truthful with you, and not even just that, but expressing the happiness they have with you, kind of like overall being self-expressive with you, if that makes sense. It kind of depends on like your guys' situation, but let me pull one more to kind of get an idea. Go ahead and pick one more card between 1 and 23, just to kind of get a little bit idea. But it seems like this is overall like happiness energy though. Hi Toya. Yeah, I can add you to the list. Okay, that's cool, Ishida. Okay, and then you have the Queen of Swords. So overall, it seems like this is a period of time too, where as far as their actions towards you, you can kind of like this is like again, it's kind of like just letting you know that they're gonna be very expressive towards you. Like they may be a little bit more kind of just overall chatty with you. Like they may be talking to you and being a lot more expressive with you in all aspects. And also, it seems like they're gonna be not offering you either. They could be. They could be offering you some type of support, or they're gonna appreciate the support that you've been giving them. Okay, then if you're saying that they're an ex, then you can expect them to be talking to you a lot more, if that makes sense. And also, they may open up to you too about some experiences that they have gone through, because they kind of get like when you look at them, they get, or when they look at you, they have this kind of like warmth energy, if that makes sense. Because it's all about like this overall energy is all about like, just kind of feeling bright, like kind of seeing the brighter side of things. Okay, that's good. Yeah, anytime. Yeah, you can just, like I said, you're going to just keep expecting that, because it seems like it's just going to get better from here as far as communication and like straightforwardness. Thank you for your question. Okay, and then next up is going to be enemy. And then let me go ahead and update the list so I can add Toya to the list. Okay, I'm gonna shuffle the cards really quick while I wait to see if enemy, if you're still here. I saw you here a little while ago, so I mean if they stepped out, we'll just squeeze them back in. But I'm gonna try to give them a chance to see if they're still here. And next up after that would be Gurpreet or Flirty Princess. So whichever one of you guys responds first, we can just go ahead and keep the line moving. And if you guys miss your turn and come back at a later time, we'll just squeeze you back in. Okay, I'm going to keep going just to keep going through, and we'll just squeeze you guys back in if you guys tune in at a later time. Is Rockstar here, Farheen, or Purple Pie? Okay, Gurpreet, I'm glad to see you're still here. Go ahead and ask your question and pick a pile between 1 and 3. And then Flirty Princess, you'll be up next. I'm going to go ahead and roll some astrology dice for you too, Gurpreet, just to get those details. Okay, Gurpreet, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 24. Okay, enemy, thank you for showing me you're here too. We'll come back to you. Okay, Gurpreet. So for the cards you picked, you have the Ten of Pentacles. So just kind of like as far as details, this is kind of letting you know that you may meet them through kind of like you may either meet them in like a family setting, or through family, or through even through like a family friend. That's just one way you may meet them, but you also may meet them through like a career. But also, just so you know, this is a type of energy where it's very like solid foundational type energy. Like this is like very think long term as far as having like a more permanent type relationship and satisfaction all around. And when I say satisfaction all around, I mean like, you know, materially, emotionally, just overall satisfaction in like all aspects, if that makes sense. And then as far as the dice, to kind of get an idea of what they're going to be like. So for the first dice we have, for the planet, we have Uranus. And with this dice, this is all about kind of like, just know that this relationship, you may even meet them through a friendship, and it may be kind of like a sudden progressive type relationship where it kind of happens or moves kind of quickly than you'd see it coming, because it's kind of letting you know that this is like an unpredictable type energy of when it'll come. So kind of be open to change. And you may also meet them like in, like I said, it seems like you may meet them like in a very social setting. And then as far as the sign, like I've said this before, they may either, when it comes to the zodiac sign, it may either be their sign, or it could be your sign, or it could be they have those type of traits. So you have a Virgo, and this is somebody. So yeah, I'm honestly getting, again, this may be a more like a career-like setting, because this is like the type of person where they're very conscious with what they do, but they're also very responsible, organized, like critical, And they may even have like perfectionist type qualities. And they're also very clean overall, like a generous person. And they're very like detail oriented, if that makes sense. So just kind of keep that in mind. And then lastly, for the last dice, yeah. So again, I'm getting like career again. Like you may meet them through like a coworker or like overall through your work. And I'm also getting that they're like one that has like a daily routine type thing. And they're also into like health, wellness, and kind of like fitness a little bit. And they care about their hygiene too. So that's a good thing. And they're also, like I said again, like lastly, they're like a very organized person. Okay, yeah, that makes sense because honestly, with all three of these dice, it's leaning towards somebody that's more like in a career. So good luck with this connection. It seems like they have a lot to offer beneath it all if you don't see it already, if that makes sense. Thank you for your question. Thank you, SK and Ishida, for letting them know not to spam. Anytime, Gurpreet. Thank you. Okay, JA, we'll come back to you after Help Enemy and Flirty Princess, and then we'll come back to you. Okay, Enemy. Okay, Enemy. So you picked pile 2. Okay. Go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 24, Enemy. Yeah, sorry, Enemy. I gave you guys like a few minutes. I was asking if you guys were still here, but if you guys click off and come back, it'll bring you back at like a not current time. So then you'll like miss your turn, if that makes sense. But I was keeping the line moving because I don't want it to get too crazy and then everybody leaves and everybody's coming back, if that makes sense. Hi, Dipti. Yeah, I can add you to the list as well. And hi, Adam. While I wait for Enemy to pick a card, I'm going to go ahead and update the list really quick. And then if you guys leave and come back, make sure you just skip to the current time of the live stream so that way you're here a lifetime. Enemy, I'm still waiting for you. I'm not sure if you're at a lifetime, but I'm on your turn right now. You just have to pick a card between 1 and 24. I'm gonna update the list really quick. And Adam, a list, if you want to join like the list to get a free reading, that's what list I'm talking about. Hi, Susan. Yeah, I can add you to the list as well. And no problem, JA. I'm gonna update the list so you can see where you guys stand too. And you too as well, JA. Yeah, Adam, it's a reading. So I'm going to update the list really quick while I wait for Enemy because I don't think they're up to the current time right now. Okay, the list is going to update right now on the screen. Enemy, I'm still just waiting for you to pick a card between 1 and 24 and then ask your question so that we can start your reading. Enemy, is that the pile 2? Because I already have your 2, but the card you need to pick is now between 1 and 24, unless you want to pick card 2. Okay, number 11, okay. And then go ahead and ask your question again, because there's a lot of chats right now for me to like scroll up and look for it. Okay, thank you, Rise. I'll add you to the list after I'm done helping Enemy. Okay, Enemy, thank you for picking a number. Just go ahead and ask your question again, because there's too many chats for me to scroll up and find it. Yeah, go ahead and ask your question now, Enemy. Enemy, make sure you have the stream on the current time, because that may be why. I think if you're a little bit behind, you might be hearing me when I ask you to pick a number between 1 and 24. So I think that's why you keep putting 11. Just make sure you skip the stream to current, if that makes sense. Because I think you're a little bit behind with the stream. Okay, thank you for asking your question. Okay, so as far as your question, this card that you picked is the King of Swords, and this is all about overall like having clear thinking, getting the truth you deserve, and just authoritative energy. So in order for you to kind of like get out of this job search and kind of get what you're looking for, you need to understand that your power does hold great responsibility. So it's like you need to make sure your mindset is disciplined and like kind of strict. Like try to get out of any type of negative thinking you're having, because whatever you put out to the world is what you get back, if that makes sense. So it's kind of like, as long as you can remain objective in your current situation, you're establishing your truth, you know, just sticking to the facts. And you also, like, you need to keep in mind and use like just your overall intellectual power to make any of your points known. And as long as you can do that, you're going to attain your goals. And that goes for your job search, that goes for your love life. And it's kind of, this is also like a reminder to kind of like, if there's any problems that are coming your way right now, to kind of be sharp and observant of them. And also, like, if there's any, like I said, any type of situations or just anything that you're facing, consider all like possible consequences before you just make a decision, or before, you know, you make an appropriate judgment, if that makes sense. But you may be going through a time right now too where you're kind of using your time to kind of like reason with others, and also make observations of like your situation and what's going on, and kind of get an idea of where you can fix or tweak certain things so they can work out for like for you, if that makes sense. And then as far as like your love life, make sure you're setting realistic standards for like love in general, while also having like control of your emotions, because you may have like emotions that are kind of like restrained, or kind of like, you know, you're not being realistic with your standards. Like kind of be open, try not to be too blunt about what you're looking for, because once you kind of open up, you're going to see that there's a lot surrounding you. And when you do get into a connection, you and your partner are going to be like the type of energy that push each other and work together to get both of you where you guys want to go. Yeah, enemy, I think your stream might be a little late, so that's why I just went ahead and gave you your reading. But I hope it makes sense. And just remember, make sure your mindset is kind of just aligning with your goals and what you're looking for. That's like the overall energy, okay? Like, it's nothing's wrong with setting standards, but make sure they're realistic too, okay? Thank you for your question, enemy. Okay. Okay, enemy, and then if you hear this, like, just know your stream, I think if you go back to like an hour and 13-ish minutes, or 14, an hour 14, you should be able to hear it if you didn't hear it, okay? All right, and then next up, we're going to go to JA. Let me just go ahead and shuffle. Yeah, I think enemies, because it's like I said, if you leave the stream and you come back, sometimes it'll like put you where you left. So when you come back, you're not up to the current time. And then that's why people either think it's their turn and they missed it, or, you know, they'll be there at like a previous time, and then it doesn't really add up. But I already gave them their reading, so whenever they do get to the time, like the time frame I said, they can just go back and listen to it. Hi, Bank. Yeah, I would be more than happy to answer that for you. Let me just add you to the list, okay? And then JA, whenever you're ready, you can go ahead and ask your question and pick a pile between 1 and 3. You guys are killing me right now. Okay, pile 3. Hi, Ariza. Yeah, I can add you to the list so that you can ask a question when it gets to your turn. Okay, Jaya, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 38. Hi, Alicia. Hi, Farah. I did get that. Thank you. Okay. I'm doing good too, Farah. Okay, so Jay, it seems like with the cards you picked the Hangman, and this card is all about like overall, like kind of like it seems like right now you may be going through this period of time where it's kind of like stagnant, kind of like unknown, like you're kind of waiting as far as like there's like a certain period of time that's kind of like indecisive, and I think that that makes sense as far as to why you're asking what you're asking. It seems like you're kind of like in this waiting period where you're just kind of waiting to see what happens. But honestly, let me see. You had picked pile 3, right? Okay, go ahead, Jay, and pick one more between 1 and 37, just kind of to get an idea of what direction it's going to go. Because so far with the cards you picked, it's more like just kind of explaining the situation, being like very stagnant and kind of like this waiting period, if that makes sense. Hi, Manisha. Yeah, I can add you as well. And I'm going to update the list too after I'm done helping Jay. Hi, Ariza. Thank you. Yeah, I'm pretty young. I'm 23. Okay, so honestly, JA, just to make it a little bit easier, I just kind of went with both. So it seems like you picked the two of Pentacles and the King of Pentacles. So with the Two of Pentacles, it's all about kind of like having a balance. So it's kind of like as long as you can sit here and have like as long as you can like balance your life with this like banking board like exam, not balance it with it, but be able to balance it with that career, it's going to work in your favor. Because I'm seeing that you're capable of it, but it's kind of like just make sure you're managing your time and priorities like as best as you can right now, because it seems like things are going to definitely change pretty soon, which I could see this exam working in your favor with this King of Pentacles that you have, because this is all about gaining financial security, abundance, and overall like overall abundance in all aspects, and having high ambition and being highly successful. Because it's all about being patient while also knowing that you're going to gain stable and security as long as you can stay loyal and make sure you're a hard worker, okay? So know that this whole like exam that you took is definitely going to work in your favor, but make sure you have your life in order, like you're ready to take on the challenges that it brings and be able to balance it with your life as well. And as long as you can do that, you're going to prosper in all aspects. Thank you for your question. Okay. And then I already said Flirty Princess would be next, so then we're going to do Flirty Princess and then Farah, because Farah donated. So I'm going to update the list so you guys can get an idea of where you guys are. Yeah, I'm 23. I'm a Scorpio, so I like just turned 23 in like October. Okay, Flirty Princess. Let's go ahead and help you first, and then I'll update the list. And then be ready, Farah, because Farah donated, so they're skipping the line. And then Flirty Princess, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Anytime, enemy. Thank you again. Okay, Flirty, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 31. Anytime, JA. Thank you. Okay, Flirty Princess. So for the cards you picked the 6 of Cups. And let me see, I remember your question. It was, I think you said if it was either June or July, right? Okay, so with this being the 6, you can expect the month 6. So this is leaning more towards like June than it is July, if that makes sense. And just know that when they do get here, this is going to be some like great type of energy. Because this is like all about kind of like returning home, like reliving happy memories from your past, and just overall like having fun. Ariza, I did add you. You're after Rise. It's okay. But I hope that makes sense for you, Princess. You can expect more likely June than July. And overall, just expect like when they do come back, there's going to be like a lot of happiness for the both of you. And also, you guys are going to be creating new memories and also like reliving previous memories. Thank you for your question. And then next up is going to be Farah. Okay, Farah, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Well, yeah, you could go ahead and pick 2 piles, or you can pick any pile you want. And then just keep in mind you're going to have to pick 5 numbers too, because you donated for the 5 card reading. And Flirty, as far as what they're going to do, it just seems like they're going to indulge in the happiness and innocence of you guys finally being together in person like that. And you can expect him to just overall be more expressive with you, open, and just kind of have fun with you as if you guys were kids. Okay, Farah. Now you can go ahead and pick, if I don't know if you want to stay within the pile too, but go ahead and pick 5 numbers between 1 and 21. And then let me know if you want to pick from a different pile, or if you just want to stay within this pile, that's okay too. Anytime, Flirty. Thank you. Hi, Heather. Okay, purple pie is, as long as Rockstar and Farah, if they're not here, then you'll be next. Okay, and let's get back with Farah. So 1, 5. Nice. Okay, nice so far. 8. Okay, so let's see what you have here. Alright, Farah, so with the cards you picked, you have the Wheel of Fortune, the Page of Wands, the Knight of Cups, the Death card, and the Hierophant. So let me go back to your question really quickly so I can make sure I'm addressing it right. Alright, so as far as with your guys' connection, let's start with the Death card, because that card is kind of like scary when you hear it, but that card is always about like kind of making sure you understand that some things need to die so that new things can be reborn. Like it's usually a time for transition or transformation or a type of change, if that makes sense. So if there's anything that, I don't know if this is a new relationship or connection, or if it's something that's already been going on, but there may be some changes that need to take place. And know that with the other cards you have, so let's get with the Hierophant, there's going to definitely be some, your intuition is definitely going to be included, and so is theirs. So you can expect them to be very expressive with you and towards you as far as what they're looking for and what they want. And also expect them to let you know if there's anything that they would like to make any changes or anything, but know that there's definitely like some respect, grace, and overall like very just being in tune with intuition and emotions on, it seems like on both sides for this connection. So expect them to like kind of like, it seems like they've been through some stuff, they're ready for a change with you, and they're definitely going to like open up to you and kind of like let you know what they're looking for. But this is like definitely seems like there's a lot of romance here and attraction. So kind of expect it to kind of be a little flirty, and there's definitely going to be like, there's going to be some moments where you guys are kind of like just enjoying the moment and keeping like the world's still in sight, but you guys are going to shut out the world and just be enjoying genuinely each other. Like it seems like they find you very like they're very attracted to you. And this connection is definitely going to take a turn for the better, especially with these other cards. So like with the next with the fourth card you have the Page of Wands. And this is kind of like just letting you know to be open to what they have to say to you, and also don't be afraid to express to them. Okay, see, so like that makes sense, because when I get through these cards, when like with this next card, this is kind of like, this is kind of giving you a sign to be inclined to give anything and everything a go. So like if this is kind of going a little bit slower than what you're looking for, especially if you're saying they kind of step back, it seems like they're still learning to connect with themselves a little bit, but they're also opening, they're starting to open themselves up to you, sorry. So this is kind of like letting you know that there's definitely like excitement and like just freshness between the both of you coming, but you need to be a little bit patient. It's there, but it's not there yet, if that makes sense. And that makes sense too with this Death card that we have, because so it's like I said, some things need to change so that like it's like, you know, when you close one door so another can open. So it seems like that's what they're doing right now, because there's a lot of possibilities for the two of you, but it seems like they're kind of like there may have been something that they've gone through that they're kind of like trying to shut the door on first before they can keep going and kind of open themselves up to you, because they're the type of person that wants to start fresh and new with you, but they also want to make sure they're giving you their all too. So try not to take it too personal if they're pushing away just a little bit. It seems like they're kind of like thinking like, you know, this may be too good to be true, if that makes sense. So just kind of keep that in mind. And then with the last card you picked, you have the Wheel of Fortune. Okay, SK, yeah, I can put you last. And then the last card you have the Wheel of Fortune, and this is like a great card. This is always kind of like letting you know that like the world's always churning. There's always changes being made, and especially with all these other cards you have, and with especially with you saying that they've kind of like pushed back a little bit. This is letting you know to like that you need to be optimistic, stay optimistic, and have faith that the universe is going to overall just take care of your situation in the best way possible for you. And this is also like all about bringing positive changes. And don't be surprised too that once this connection starts to like take off and kind of gets like really going, that it's going to bring like a lot of changes overall, kind of like you may even be like you guys are taking a chance, or overall kind of like destiny type of energy. Like it seems like once the changes can be made that are underlying, not on your side, but it seems like it's more on their side. Just let your intuition guide you through this. Be open, be patient with them, and just remember that, you know, life is made up of both good and bad times. And you know, some things you just can't control, and that's not your fault. But if there's bad situations and underlying factors, which it seems like on their side they may have kind of like went through some stuff where they're navigating changes through their life and they're like learning to make adjustments with you. That's kind of why they're doing what they're doing. And you're like, guys, this commitment, since it's a new connection, is kind of being tested because you know they're pushing you away and you stepped back, so you're kind of like not sure of where this is going. But just know that these kind of like this unsteady energy, it's not forever. Like the wheel is always churning, it's always changing. There's always, like I said, there's always changes being made, and just know that life is overall full of unexpected changes, and love is no different. So it's like overall, like lastly, just if you want this to work, this connection is like, has a lot, it shows a lot of promise, but it seems like they need to put in some effort, and you may need to be a little bit like making some sacrifices with your time, just to kind of be patient and let them know where you stand so they can open up to you a little bit quicker. And then you guys are going to get past this transformation stage where, you know, this connection, like this, not connection, but this communication, like I said, like with the death card, kind of like dies in a good way, where it's like you guys are learning from one another and expressing that you guys are past that, so you guys can adapt and change for the better. Because there's, like I said, there's a lot of promise in your guys' future together, but it seems like this relationship may also be a little bit kind of like you guys both need to put some effort into it. Not to say that you haven't, but it just seems like you may need to be a little patient with them while they get through this period of like navigating their life and kind of understanding what they want, because they want to give you their all at the same time. It's like, obviously it's not right that they're kind of pushing back, but it seems like from what they've experienced, that's like kind of what they're used to doing. Like they're not good at expressing themselves, but they are coming to this understanding that they need to express themselves because they don't want to lose you either. So I wish you the best of luck with this connection. Like I said, if you want this to work out, just kind of, you know, be a little courteous, be a little respectful, let them know you're there without being too pushy, because like you don't want to scare them off either. So it's like, as long as you keep doing what you're doing and kind of just letting them know too, like where you stand, there's definitely going to be some changes happening, because they're definitely getting the idea, and they can definitely feel that you've pushed back and they don't like that, and that's kind of teaching them to open up. So I hope that makes sense. And thank you for your question, Farah. Next up is going to be, anytime, Farah. Next up is going to be Rockstar. If you're still here, go ahead and let me know. And yeah, Shiva, I can add you to the list as well. And you too, Ayushi. Okay, Rockstar, I'm going to go ahead and shuffle these cards. You can go ahead and ask your question, and then you can pick a pile between 1 and 3. And let me go ahead and update this list one more time. Okay, sorry about that, Purple Pie. Thank you for coming in. I'll be back on. I should be doing another free live stream within the next few days too. Probably like on the weekend. Okay, Rockstar. Let me shuffle the cards really quick, Rockstar. Anytime, Ayushi. Hi, Cosmo. Okay, Rockstar, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 34. Hi, Aldona. Yeah, I can add you guys to the list. Okay, Rockstar, so with your question, let me go back up to it. Okay. So with the card you picked, you have the Six of Swords, and this card is all about like a healthy renewal. And as far as to your question, it kind of like it's letting you know, first of all, that you're gonna be like in a more like this is kind of like telling you the answer, but like you know the answer. It's more like the answer is which one of these is gonna bring you more like mental clarity while also providing a better and more positive future for you. And like it's also asking you like which one can you see yourself overall just letting go of everything that's holding you back, and kind of like it seems like this is going to be a big transition for you overall. That's what I'm overall getting to begin with. But it's like you know in your heart which one you want more. And it seems like there's something you're leaving behind in order for you to move forward to begin with. And that moving on is like ideal for your future. So kind of keep that in mind. And this transition you're going to be making is also based on decisions you've made in the past. So it's kind of like this is like it's not giving a straightforward answer. It's kind of like asking you to tune in with how you're feeling and which one is making you like which one do you see yourself in? Which one are you kind of like putting yourself in, knowing that it's going to bring you a lot more to offer in the future, as far as like what you want your future to hold for you, if that makes sense. And also which one is better for you financially, like which one is going to okay. See, that's what I'm saying. This is like because it seems like this one that you're going to be moving into is going to like just to let you know, make sure it's like on your financial side too, but also know that it's going to bring you a lot of material stability. But also, like, lastly, make sure any past experiences you or your boyfriend have had, keep them in mind, just to make sure you keep an eye, like, I'm like, overall, I'm like, I don't know why I'm getting, keep an eye out for, like, your bank account. So, just make sure if you want the place that you're talking about, as far as just 3-story home, make sure you're kind of keeping an eye on everything surrounding to make sure it goes the way you're expecting it to go. Yeah, and I could definitely see, I could see that energy that you're talking about. Because it's all about kind of like moving on and like bigger, brighter futures. Like it's time to like leave behind everything that you guys have had and experienced in the past and start kind of like start fresh. Not like there's anything that need to be left behind, but it's kind of like you're moving away from everything you guys were, and you guys are starting this new chapter together where you guys are learning from each other and growing together overall. So just keep doing what you're doing. Make sure you kind of keep the financial aspects in mind, because you guys do definitely deserve the best. And as long as you guys can make sure your mindset is aligning with what you want, if that makes sense, kind of like manifestation energy. Like just keep envisioning yourself already there, if that makes sense. Because I definitely see it there. It seems like you know which one you really want. And as long as you can make sure everything aligns on the outside, like the underlying factors that have to do with it. And like I said, for some reason, like just keep an eye on your bank account, then it's definitely going to happen. And with this card you have the Six of Swords. And yeah, this card is usually when it comes to swords and like the amount here, the Six of Swords is usually a matter of weeks to like the spring. So I could definitely see you guys, like I said, within the spring. Like within spring, it's like when you guys are kind of like getting an idea of what's going on, but then for sure by then, you're going to already know where you guys are ending up at, if that makes sense. So you guys may end up moving in sooner. That's good then if you're saying that. So just kind of know, you may kind of get like, you may have an idea, like a set idea of where you guys are going to end up by the end of the spring, but for sure by the, like, you know, the summer is when it's going to happen. But don't be surprised if it happens sooner. Because like with this card, I said, like I said, this is kind of like letting you know within like 6 weeks to like the spring. Yeah, anytime. And I wish you the best of luck. I mean, come on, a 3 story, that sounds nice. Okay, and then next up is going to be Farheen, if you're still here. And you could see Ishida. I updated the list. So the list on top will show who's next. That's good, Rockstar. I'd be excited if I were you too, honestly. I wish you the best of luck. Anytime, Rockstar. Thank you. You are too. And don't forget, just keep envisioning where you want to be at. Okay, let me go ahead and update the list. I'm not seeing Farheen here either, but let me go ahead and add the other people that came in here as well. And hi, Schlock. Okay, Ishida. I'm going to shuffle really quick. Ishida, go ahead and ask your question and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Yeah, Aldona, I'm going to add you guys to the list right now. Let me just shuffle and have the piles ready. Hi, Kashika. Yeah, I can add you as well. Okay, Ishida, go ahead and ask your question and then pick a card between 1 and 28. Okay, I already went ahead and updated the list. And then I'll go ahead and roll some astrology dice for you too, Ishida, so we can get some characteristics. Okay, Ishida, so as far as your future spouse, it seems like there may be a time where you may be kind of like having to pick between a couple people. And when you do, if you do, and when you do, it's kind of like letting you know, make sure you kind of get the, like, you know, the full aspects of which, of what each has to offer as far as when it comes to this. Because you have the Two of Swords here, and that's all about kind of like being indecisive. And then you have the Knight of Cups. And the Knight of Cups, just know that they're going to be very in touch with their intuition and emotions, like the person that you will end up picking or the person that is your future spouse. And they're also capable of handling situations with like grace and very tactically. And they're also going to be like a, overall, like they're very like faithful, they're going to be very romantic, and they care about their work. So kind of keep that in mind too. And then with the astrology dice, we have for the planet, let's start with the planet. We have the North Node. So just know that this person is kind of like, this is definitely like a fate type of energy. And that it's kind of letting you know that there may be some lessons that you may have experienced from previous relationships that you may need to learn from, just so you kind of know exactly what you really want when it comes to this future spouse. And it seems like they're going to be the same type of person. And they're going to also, like, you guys are going to be working on each other's soul purpose together. And then with the zodiac sign, I know you're a Taurus, so just like I always say, when it comes to these astrology dice, it kind of like lets you know, like, this may either be their sign or they may have these traits. But if they, you know, if you don't come across this sign, know that these are going to be their traits that they have. So like their overall characteristics. So like you have Gemini energy, and with them, you can kind of expect it to be like a very close type relationship, but they're also very curious. They're, you know, they're good at communicating, but sometimes, you know, they may need to adapt a little bit and be a little bit inconsistent, so kind of keep that in mind. And you may even meet them through like a close friendship too. And they're also really good at adapting, and they're also like very intelligent. And you may even meet them through like a social type setting or like social networking. And then lastly, with the last dice, we have the fifth house. Know that this future spouse is definitely going to be like wanting children. Like that's what they want in their future. And again, they're going to be very kind of like self-expressive with how they feel, like emotionally, what they want. Like, but they also care to hear what you have to say too. Like they want emotional needs to be met on both like both sides, both aspects. And then like lastly, like again, they're going to be very romantic, okay? Thank you for your question, Ishida. Hi, Mohini. Yeah, I can add you to the list as well. And then next up is going to be Scorpio Queen. Hi, Scorpio Queen. You can go ahead and ask your question and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. Anytime, Ishida. Thank you again for asking a question. Okay, pile 3. Go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 33 so we can find out how they're feeling. Okay, 15. Alright, interesting. So with this card, it seems like you picked the Two of Swords, and this is all of kind of like Like, I'm not sure if this is like a relationship type of energy, but it seems like there may be some kind of like uncertainty as far as like a decision that may be needing to be made. And if that's not the case, it could also kind of mean that there's kind of like I don't know how to explain this, kind of like your relationship or friendship, depending on what it is exactly, is kind of like, this is kind of calling for it to kind of be balanced. Like it seems like it may need some balance. And and also there kind of, it seems like there may be a little bit of not hidden information, but there may be something underneath it all that isn't exactly kind of like being shined through clearly, if that makes sense. Is this a relationship, or is this kind of like a new connection? Like, what exactly is like the connection between the two of you? Because this card is kind of like all over the place, and it would help if I kind of got an idea of where you guys stood to kind of interpret it a little bit better. Because I'm not sure if you guys are having any issues or anything, but it seems like there's kind of like some avoidance going on. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Because when it comes to this card, it's kind of like telling you that compromise is there, but you guys kind of need to like speak together. And it seems like there is something blocking you and them from resolving your problems. And it could be on either your side or their side. But it just seems like I said, like there's some underlying, like, it seems like there's some underlying feelings or issues that kind of or need to be addressed for this compromise to happen. Like if you want this connection to work out or to fix what's going on, it's definitely there. Like the opportunity is there, but it just seems like you guys need to keep speaking together to find compromise together. Because overall, this card is always kind of like being on the fence type of energy, and that could be on your side or their side. But also know that when you're asking how they're feeling towards you, they're finding it very difficult to move ahead without you. So kind of keep that in mind. So I'm not sure if it seems like that or not, but underneath it all, just kind of know that they're not ready to move with. They're like not ready to move on, and they do want to fix this. Hi, Mohini. No, I can take you. You'll probably be the last person I take because the list is a little bit long. I'll update the list after I'm done helping Scorpio Queen. Okay, Scorpio, just kind of like keep in mind too, like lastly, like don't let the world make your choice for you, okay? Like it's like I said, there's something definitely kind of like blocking the two of you from making it work. And it could just be kind of like difficult decisions being made as far as like having unclearness about, not unclearness, but like it seems like there's like some miscommunication here, and you guys just need to really chat and kind of like figure out where you guys can both fix what needs to be fixed together and kind of come to this understanding that both of you guys are at fault, like on certain aspects, if that makes sense. And then let's kind of like, remove the blindfold that you have on and see what the situation is for what it really is in front of you. Like, kind of be open to what they say, but also, make sure you stand your ground with how you feel too, because you're entitled to how you feel too. And just know, like, the longer you guys take to kind of communicate and all that, the unlikely this situation is going to resolve. So, just kind of express to them overall how you're feeling and make sure both of you guys' needs are being met if you really want this to work. Because, like I said, they're not ready to move on. They're not. But I wish you the best of luck, okay? Because there's definitely hope here for you guys. But you guys just need to kind of like just be equal with each other, Just overall be understanding that at the end of the day, you guys both had some stuff that you guys can fix. Yeah, anytime, Scorpio Queen. Thank you. Hi, SK. I'm glad you're back. Hi, Sahu. I'm going to update the list and then close it. So then, Sahu, you'll be the last person I take. And then, let me see, SK. Okay, SK. So, SK is, if Cheryl's here, you're going to come after them because that's where you were to begin with. So, Cheryl, if you're here, go ahead and let me know if you're here. And I'm going to update the list one last time. And the list will be closed after Sahu. And then if anybody tunes in that missed their churn, chat and let me know because I have it written down either way and I'll squeeze you in. And if not, if you're new, I'll be back this weekend because I do free readings every week for my subscribers. This one's just like a spontaneous one. So I'm going to ask one more time, Cheryl, if you're still here, go ahead and let me know. If not, we're going to go back to you, SK, so you know, just be ready. Okay, I'm going to assume Cheryl isn't here. So SK, if you're ready, just go ahead and let me know. So that way we can get going with your reading. I'm going to shuffle these cards one last time, and I'm going to update the list. Okay, SK, whenever you come back, just go ahead and let me know, and we'll just squeeze you back in. So then next I'm going to move on to Toya. If you're still here, go ahead and let me know. And then if not, Harshita, go ahead and let me know if you're still here. We're just going to keep moving down the list. And if you guys tune in and you guys come back, we'll just squeeze you back in. Okay, Toya, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. And then Harshita, you'll be after Toya. Thank you for letting me know you're here. Hi, Charlie. I'm doing pretty good. My list is pretty full right now, but I will be back this weekend if you want to come back then, because I do free readings every week for all my subscribers. Okay, Toya, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 26. Okay. Oh, as far as what card? Let me see. Let me recount. Yeah, 1 through 26 for the cards. And I'm going to roll some astrology dice too to kind of get an idea of what they're looking for and even some characteristics. Okay, 25. Okay. So definitely as far as the yes or no side to what you asked, I can definitely see you. Like it's like a really like leaning more towards a yes, but it's also kind of like letting you know to kind of proceed with caution with them. Like make sure that that's the person that you want that with, because you know once you do step into that whole like having a child with somebody, like you're attached to them for 18 years, like you know whether or not you want to be. So it's kind of like proceed with caution as far as that goes. But I definitely do see it happening because it seems like they may end up being the type of person that kind of like they want a lot of security and stability and they want to bring that balance to your life, but they also may kind of be the type of person that may kind of like let money get in the way of things sometimes, not all the time, but this card usually means like a lot of financial success. And when that comes, like you know there's some people that you know when they're so successful they kind of watch their coins, you know what I mean, like they make sure that it's kind of being touched appropriately, but also they kind of get scared and they may focus a little bit too much on that aspect. So it's kind of like make sure you get to know this person. As long as you really want that, it's definitely going to happen. Hi SK, we'll come back to you right now. I had asked if you were here, but I didn't see you here, so we moved on. But I didn't know you're Manisha, so you're Manisha, so I could take Manisha off and you're SK. So you're the same person? But okay, but back to you, Toya. And then as far as like I was saying though, like I said, this is kind of like a proceed with caution. It's definitely like I see that happening, but just make sure you know them fully too, because like I said, you know, once that happens, that connection is there forever. And then okay, and then I rolled some astrology dice to kind of get an idea of what they're looking for and like what their characteristics were gonna be. Yeah, SK, I added you back to where you were because on the prior list I had, you were after Cheryl before Toya, and then I asked if you were here but you weren't, so then I went to Toya. So we're gonna go back to you after. Okay, Toya. But back to these astrology dice I rolled. So these dice are great, like already off the bat. So let's start with the planet. So with the planet we have the south node, and this is kind of like letting you know to kind of go over any type of past experience you've had, like anything you've lived up to now, to kind of go through this period of self introspection and kind of get an idea of making sure you know what you want and what you're looking for in this person, because it's kind of like you know you have an idea of what you want, but make sure that when it comes to picking this person and you know taking the next step with them, that it's communicated effectively. And then with this next, we have the zodiac sign. This is Gemini energy. So I can tell by your name, you're most likely not a Gemini, but just know that Like I said prior, whenever I use these astrology dice, it can mean a couple things, either your sign, their sign, like what you may end up meeting. You may end up meeting a Gemini, or they may have Gemini-like traits. And that means this person is going to be like very like adaptable, overall intelligent, communicative. You may meet them through like a social network, like, or like overall like social media, or like a social setting. And there also may be like you may even meet them through like a close friendship too. And they're also like an overall like a very curious person. They may be the type of person that likes to gossip, not in a bad way, but you know, some people just kind of like to talk just for fun and stuff, you know, like that type of energy, like kind of playful. And then overall with the house will kind of give you an idea of who they are underneath it all, as far as like what they're looking for. And you have the fifth house, and this fifth house is all about like pretty much what you're looking for, like fertility, pregnancy, children. So they're definitely going to be looking for that. And they're also going to be very romantic and like very self-expressive. And they're also they may have some hobbies and interests that they may either express to you, or they're going to be similar to yours. So you do have that to look forward to. If not, just kind of keep that in mind. But overall, this person is definitely looking for a family. Yeah, thank you, Toya. Okay, Harshita. Okay, Harshita. I had already told you were next, so we're gonna go with you, Harshita, and then after is gonna be SK. So I'm gonna update the list really quickly. Anytime, Toya. I wish you the best of luck. So Harshita, let me know if you're here, and then you can just go ahead and ask your question and pick a pile between 1 and 3. And then SK, you're gonna be after Harshita, because I already let them know that they were gonna be next before you stepped back in. When it's your churn bank, you can go ahead and post. Your churn will be coming up soon. Okay, Harshita, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 23 now. Hi, Denise. Yeah, Dipti, SK had stepped out a while back and offered to put themselves at the end when they came back, just so that everybody else could get read. So when I update the list right now, you'll see it reflected. And then Denise did donate, so I'm gonna go ahead and add her onto the list after. And then Stella, yeah, I'll take you guys for the last, and then I'm gonna close the list for the night. I'm gonna go ahead and update the list really quick, Harshita, before we get into your reading. Okay, let's get going with this now. Okay, so that's the current list right now. Denise skipped the line because she donated, just so you guys know. And peace and blessings to you too, Denise. Okay. Harshita, so as far as the cards, you picked the Tower card. And this is all about letting you know that your situation may have been like a little bit rough. And it's kind of like letting you know what goes up comes down. And this is a period of time for you that you're going through kind of like a period of reflection right now. And kind of like a period overall, like a period of transition. So as far as will you get it? This is kind of leaning more towards like, it's kind of letting you know that April may not be the time for you yet. It seems like there's still some changes that are going on underneath it all that are kind of working itself out. And it's kind of like you just need to kind of take it a little bit slower. Like it seems like the universe is still kind of sorting your situation out. So you may not expect it in April, but it's definitely going to happen soon. And then as far as about you asking about finding a soulmate, it's kind of like this is like when it comes to taking relationships to the next level or even just getting into any types of relationships, it's kind of letting you know that in order for that to happen, you're capable of it, but you need to let go of your old thinking and your old habits. Like you need to let go of any type of negative thinking overall, or like focusing on the negative aspects of your life, whether it be hardships or heartaches or anything like that, and kind of realign your mindset with what you're asking for. So make sure your mindset is aligning with the goals that you're set for yourself as far as when it comes to looking for a career or a job or even relationships. And then when it comes, it's going to come soon, but April doesn't seem like it seems like you just need to give it, like you need to be a little bit more patient. But your perspective is going to change, and once you can refocus your perspective, you're going to embrace this new chapter of your life, because there's a new chapter of your life, but you need to kind of understand it's time to release and accept everything that you've been going through, and kind of ask yourself, like, what can you let go of right now? Like, ask yourself what's better for you to kind of like if it's not serving you right now, it's time to let go of it. Like, it's time to release that and just accept, and overall it's time for you to just adapt from all of that. So, if you're holding on to anything, it seems like you may be the type of person where you kind of hold on tight to certain things. And if that's the case, you just kind of know it's time to let go. And once you can let go, your future is going to brighten up for you. Like, I hope that makes sense. And thank you for your question, Harshita. And then next up, we're going to go back to SK. And thank you, SK, for putting yourself at the end and like speaking up earlier like you did. Anytime, Harshita. Thank you. So when you're ready, SK, go ahead and ask your question and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. Yeah, SK, I'm going to go ahead and help you really quick, but Denise is next because she donated to skip the line. But I appreciate you for, letting me know ahead of time that you were even going to come back and putting yourself at the end of the line to begin with. And plus, I already told you were going to be next, so I don't want to go back on what I said, if that makes sense. Okay, which pile did you want to pick, SK? Pick a pile between 1 to 3. Anytime, SK. And then pick a card between 1 to 28. Or was the 23 the card you wanted to pick? Okay, the 23. Okay, so it seems like the card you picked is the Knight of Wands. And honestly, anytime it comes to like wands, like overall in feelings, this is usually a yes. So it seems like as far as to what you're asking, they may kind of have something to say about it, but it doesn't seem like it may be necessarily a bad thing. It just seems like they're going to be a little bit straightforward with how they're feeling as far as when it comes to what they have to say about your pics or videos. Because it seems like they're like very fearless about it. Like it's kind of like, they don't really care. Not that they don't care, but they don't have an issue letting you know how they feel. So it seems like just keep in mind, even though they can be like a bit impulsive and like, sometimes erratic, it's like it's because they're very passionate about how they feel about you. Okay. Yeah, see, like I'm getting like not necessarily that they're going to misuse them. It's more like I'm getting kind of like just expect some impulsivity from them because like you know them better than I do. So it's kind of like how like have you dealt with this experience before from them? Because it seems like they may act a little bit erratic. So kind of like keep that in mind as far as what it comes through. Because this card is kind of like, it leans more towards like a yes. Because it seems like I said, they don't really, like, they don't have a lot of fear. So kind of like they kind of do and say as they please, if that makes sense. So just kind of keep that in mind with them. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Because if they are impulsive like that, that makes sense why I'm getting the yes, because it's definitely like a possibility. But just kind of make sure you speak your piece and let them know how you feel, and that, if you don't want that. Because like I said, I'm also getting like, the don't care energy as far as like when it comes to how they feel or when they talk about things. So just kind of keep it in mind. You have a reason, like you're feeling like that for a reason, okay? Just kind of like explore it, if that makes sense, okay? I'm seeing like a lot of impulsivity here. And they also, it seems like they may like be one to take risks because they feel like they can pay off. So just kind of like I said lastly, just kind of voice how you're feeling, because like I said, with all this don't care energy, they may just end up doing it because they just don't care at the end of the day. But make sure you let them know where you stand too and what the outcome is going to be if they do choose to do something like that. No, I'm not getting any issues being created. It's just more like, kind of like, judge the situation as how it's coming to you and how it's going. Because they could be a little bit rash at times. So just kind of like, feel it out. You can kind of get the energy and the vibes that they're putting off. But they definitely have some underlying feelings. So just make sure you kind of talk to them about that. And make sure you guys are on the same page to avoid any type of impulsivity. Because if they don't understand the full scope of the situation, they may just do what they want, if that makes sense. Thank you for your question, though, SK. And thank you for being patient again. Hi, Alicia. Thank you for letting me know you're here. And then Ayushi, you can see on the list who's next. And then next up is going to be Denise, because Denise donated. Anytime, SK. Thank you again. And likewise. Okay, Denise. This is about to get super deep. So let me shuffle this. I'm going to get a good shuffle for this one. Alright, Denise. So you know how it goes already as far as picking a pile between 1 and 3. But you also did pick the 10 card reading. So I'll leave it up to you. Do you want to pick from, so you're going to pick 10 cards. So obviously you're going to pick 10 numbers. But do you want to pick all of them from one pile? Or do you want to pick across a few piles? So I'll leave that up to you how you want to do it. I'm going to keep shuffling until you respond. Okay. So you want to pick from pile 2, or do you want to pick 2 piles? Pile 2. Okay, let me grab a big pile for that. All right. Okay. Now go ahead and pick 10 numbers pick 10 numbers between 1 and 30. And then as you pick them, I'll just face them up, and I'll wait until you pick all of them so we can get into your reading. You could pick 9 more, because you picked the 10 card reading, so you could pick 9 more. Okay. Alright, there's a lot going on here. Okay, and then go ahead and pick 2 more numbers. Hi, Adam. No, you didn't miss. There's about 2 people ahead of you. Okay, let me look at these cards. All right, so we have a lot going on here. Okay, nice. Okay, got a lot of good stuff going on. We got a lot of changes going on. Okay, so let me start with telling you pretty much all the cards you picked. So we have the 8 of Wands, the Emperor, the 4 of Swords, the Tower, one of my favorite cards, the 9 of Pentacles, which is all about, abundance and prosperity. Then you have the 7 of Cups, another great card, the Wheel of Fortune, the 2 of Swords, the High Priestess, all about, intuition, and then the Page of Wands. So let me go up to your question one more time. Okay, so honestly, it seems like as far as this connection, like, I'm going to get into depth with you, but to sum it all up before I get into depth, it seems like they care about every single aspect that has to do with this connection and this relationship. All of it. Like, they care about all of it. I'm talking about, like, if they're going to let you know if there's any issues, if there's any changes that need to be made, if they've gone through some stuff that they kind of, like, have some fears about as far as when it comes to relationships. Like, it seems like, there's some stuff where they've kind of relied on their intuition on in the past, where they've kind of been through a lot, and they have no issue standing firm and standing, like, kind of standing their ground and letting you know how they really feel about it all. But they're also letting you know too that, it's been a period of time where they took a break from any type of just connections, where they may have actually been with somebody, but they took a break from, any type of seriousness. And it seems like during that break they reflected on a lot of what they were looking for, what they want, and they have an idea of what everything they're looking for in a relationship, and they're definitely going to voice that to you. Because with this Tower card especially, the Tower card is always kind of like a scary card, because that's kind of all about making changes and adapting. And it's obviously, it can be like, it's commonly misconstrued, because it's always kind of like expecting a massive change, but it's not a bad way. It's like the best way. Yeah, that's good, because honestly, you being completely open is really going to help this, because they're looking for change, and it seems like they've been through a lot already, and they're going to definitely, they may be a little slow to, like, open up that to you, but as far as underneath it all, they really want to talk about everything, because they have a lot of, like, wishful thinking as far as when it comes to the future, when it comes to now, what they're looking for, just overall everything that they have on their mind. They kind of took a break, and they went through this period of, like, self-reflection, where they got to know themselves, they got to understand themselves, and really learn more about themselves, to the point where, like I said, they know what they're looking for, they know what they want, but they're also thinking long term. Okay, see, and that makes sense if you're saying they got out of something karmic, because this is like with the Tower card, that's always like the biggest sign that there's going to be like a massive change. And when there's a massive change, especially after this, like, it seems like this period of, like, rest they had, or like, kind of learning themselves, especially if you're saying they had a spiritual awakening, then that definitely means that, this change is definitely going to be for the better, because after that you have, like, one of my favorite cards, and that's the 9 of Pentacles. The 9 of Pentacles is all about, like, it's all about abundance. It's also about, like, feeling independent, and also like overall, like, stability and success. So like I said, they care about every single aspect of this connection, and they're going to definitely voice that to you. And they're also thinking long term with you. They're not like, you're kind of giving them this energy where they have like all this wishful thinking. They're thinking about like what the future holds for the both of you with this 8 of Cups, or sorry, with this 7 of Cups. With this 7 of Cups, it's all about kind of like, you're giving them a lot of wishful thinking, but they're also kind of like a little scared, just because it's all about like being imaginative, having choices and fantasy, and they feel that with you. And it's also kind of like, there's a lot, like, just letting you know, there's like a lot of possibilities they're bringing to the table with you, like to you. They're trying to bring it to you. There's a lot being offered here, and there's a lot of new opportunities for you guys both together. But they're also kind of after what they went through, it seems like they're kind of being a little cautious, because with this energy you guys have, they kind of like, they really want you, but they also kind of have like this kind of fear that it could be like too good to be true, if that makes sense. Which is why they want to really make sure you guys sit here and talk about it all first, because they just don't want to deal with what they've gone through in the past. And then like especially when I see this 8 of Wands here, this 8 of Wands is all about like overall, like all aspects of communication. And it seems like they may have not necessarily been held up on their past, but they were kind of going through so much. Oh, okay, that's kind of scary. Yeah, you gotta be careful with who you trust sometimes. But like I was saying, as far as like with this, yeah, some people will be like that. I don't know why people are like that. And I could see with this card here with the High Priestess, especially, that's all about using your intuition. So that makes sense, because they definitely, I feel like they kind of had an idea too, that when it was going on, that they kind of knew something was off, and that could be like not necessarily a contributing factor to them wanting to make sure, but it could kind of contribute to this whole wishful thinking, or kind of having the idea that things may be too good to be true. So that makes sense that you say that. But with this 8 of Wands, like back to what I was saying, as far as that, it kind of like lets you know that based on what they experienced, especially when you're saying the previous relationship, they were kind of going through like a blockage, and like, you know, that resting period, how I told you how they were kind of like learning themselves and kind of trying to get a better idea of making sure they understand what they really want, so they can let people know at the same time. But this is kind of like a sign letting you know that how they feel, like they still have some pain obviously, but it's kind of clearing up. It's like it's clearing up right now. Like you're kind of giving them this breath of fresh air, where you can expect some like progress to be made between the two of you, movement and like action, and overall like just overall communicative energy. Like they really do want to communicate with you. So expect like this communication and this energy and like this whole progression with you guys to be kind of moving like rapidly, if that makes sense. Yeah, and that's good, because honestly, with this High Priestess, this is all like kind of like removing the veil and seeing beneath it all. So that's good, because it seems like that he is very in touch with his intuition. So that's good that he didn't believe her. And then with the last couple cards we have here for you, we have the Wheel of Fortune, the Page of Wands, and also, okay, the Two of Swords. So let's get into the Two of Swords. So with like the Two of Swords, it seems like, yeah, just kind of make sure like yeah, if you, especially if you're saying like you're like these like there's like, you know, these blockages between the two of you. It seems like you guys, like there may be, like the best way to put it is, you know, relationships need to be balanced in order to work. So kind of make sure that, you know, you just keep doing what you're doing, and you're being receptive to what they have to say and what they're feeling, to make sure that this relationship balances out. Because it seems like there's not necessarily like a crossroad between the two of you guys, but it seems like, you know, there's like a third, okay, yeah, like you're saying a third party, yeah. So if you're saying like something like that, it seems like there may be some underlying factors that are kind of playing a part, that that are playing a part in this you two not balancing out, if that makes sense. So it's kind of like just keep it in mind and make sure you guys both rely on your intuition when it comes to all of this. Because it's all about, like, this card is usually about like internal or external factors, and I don't think it's internal. It's like I said, it seems like you guys are trying to move in one direction, but there's something beneath it all, kind of like trying to, like, they're like working against you guys, like kind of like testing you guys, if that makes sense. And then with the last two cards we have the Page of Wands and we have the Wheel of Fortune. So let's do the Wheel of Fortune first, and then we'll get to the Page of Wands. So with the Wheel of Fortune, this is like one of my favorite cards too, because the Wheel of Fortune is like, what do you think of when, even like the Wheel of Fortune, like, the what is it? I think the TV show or the game. It's like the same. It's like the same concept, especially when it comes to like tarot. So this is like overall, like, telling you, like, to be optimistic and have faith that the universe is going to take care of you. But also it kind of lets you know that there's a lot of changes that are going to be coming. And it's like the same as a Tower card. The Tower card is always like letting you know there's a lot of like big changes that are coming, but they can be like a little uncertain. But when you get this Wheel of Fortune, this lets you know that these are like winning type of changes, destiny, like luck based changes. Like it's kind of like a signifier letting you know that the changes that are going to be coming are definitely going to work for the better for both of you. And also it gives me kind of like destiny type energy. Oh, okay. Yeah, see, and if you're saying that they're feeling serious, that makes sense why they're looking to communicate more with you. Because I can definitely see, like, it seems like I said, they're very intuitive. So they can feel and they can kind of get an idea of where things are without it being said and expressed, if that makes sense. But with like I said, with this Wheel of Fortune card, just kind of keep in mind that this is like one of the best cards letting you know that cycles are coming to an end. And that goes for you and for them. So that's kind of makes sense too, whether looking to be communicating more efficiently, because they have a lot of self-understanding on what they've experienced and what they're looking for. And they also care to communicate with you to let you know how they feel, because they came to this understanding too that even when you're in a bad situation, things will eventually get better again. And also when this, especially when this applies to like relationships and all of that, it's usually kind of like letting you know that especially if you're saying that you guys haven't been around as much, they kind of have this understanding where they know changes, whether they're positive or negative, because they kind of look at it as not a negative, but like, it sucks that you guys haven't been around each other either. But they understand that they're not forever. Like, because, like, with this Wheel of Fortune, the wheel's always churning. Changes are always happening. Adjustments are always being made. Yeah, and I mean, like I said, that makes sense for you saying, because I could see, like, with this High Priestess, this is all about using your intuition. And it seems like they're, like, a very intuitive person. Like, you guys can, like, just both genuinely feel, like, when you see somebody and it's like, you guys both know. And also, like I said, as long as you can be receptive to everything, this communication, and kind of understand what they're looking for, I can tell you are. Like, you're not one to like shut them down or shut them out. You're like one to reassure them. As long as you overall just keep doing what you're doing, they know, they know who you are, and they expect this partnership to flourish and become like, as soon as you guys like do all this communicating, they know that you guys are gonna be kind of like not only like seeing eye to eye, but you guys are gonna get like closer than ever, because you guys are capable of navigating through like ups and downs as you guys have already, especially if you're saying like, the deceptive readings, not kind of being separate, not being around each other as much. Like, you guys are already acting as if you guys are not acting, but like dealing with situations that are like kind of like, that what relationships go through, and you guys are navigating through those ups and downs already. So, like, kind of look at this Wheel of Fortune as letting you know that great changes are going to come to your relationship. And, like I said, there may be some adjustments that need to be made, and that's only because, like I said, they're kind of like I said, they're going to just be, they expect you to be very receptive with the information they share with you when they communicate with you. Because they have, like I said, it seems like they went through some stuff, And it kind of made them like a stronger person, but they also want to make sure that none of it happens again. And then lastly, with the last card we have here, we have the Page of Wands. And this is a great card, especially to end on. This is all about letting you know, like this is kind of like just letting you know, like now is the time to give anything and everything a go. This is all about like new beginnings, new journeys, and overall just fresh starts, if that makes sense. And also kind of like having like excitement when it comes to this, because there's a lot of possibilities. Like overall, like there's so many possibilities for both of you. And I'm also getting like, this is kind of like the person, like they kind of like embody this ideal person that you can see yourself being with for the long term. And overall, like, yeah, see, and yeah, that makes sense, especially if you're saying that. Because they do hurt twice as much, especially when you've gone through stuff. It's like, you're not held up on it, but you also want to make sure it doesn't happen again either. So just kind of let you know too, they may be the type of person where they may kind of fall in love with you quickly because they feel this like energy you guys have, and they definitely like want to take it more than just where you guys are at right now. But they are still going to make sure that they want to kind of like I said, they want to communicate with you to make sure you guys is both of your guys' emotional needs are being met, because they do care. They don't just care about themselves. They care about how you feel too. And they're also like, they're looking like I said, they kind of look at you as like a breath of fresh air. So they're looking at this energy and romance between you guys as like a fresh start for the both of you. Like a fresh start when it comes to like your guys' connection, and when it comes to love. Like they have this, like they kind of have like, yeah, they definitely want balance. Because with the Two of Swords, that's what that card is all about. Making sure the relationship is balanced, but also like capable of seeing eye to eye, if that makes sense. Because they, like I said, they're going to communicate with you, but they want to make sure that both of your guys' needs are being met too. So overall, like I said, like they have a lot to talk to you about. They do. It may kind of come off a little bit slow because they're kind of like, they're not scared, but it just seems like there's a lot that needs to be revealed. So just know there's a new beginning for the both of you, and they're thinking long term too. They're not just in it for right now. But they definitely went through some stuff. So I hope that makes sense, Denise. But honestly, just keep doing what you're doing and just be patient with them. Because they want like a future with you. They really do. Yeah, I'm glad you guys are on the same page too. Thank you for your reading. It's pretty deep. Anytime, Denise. Thank you. Yeah, that's good. I can tell. They know that you guys want the same, and that's why they look at you as a breath of fresh air. Like you're kind of giving them a fresh perspective on what love can really be, if that makes sense. Yeah, thank you, Denise. Okay, hi Farheen. Yeah, you can be re-added. You have a good night too, Denise. Yeah, I can tell, Denise. You guys like give off like that twin flame type of energy. Okay, let me go ahead and update the lists now. Okay, and the next up is going to be Dipti. So Dipti, if you're still here, let me know. And the list is updated, so if you guys see the list, then you can see what place you guys are, what turn, and whose turn it is. I update it as I go. Yeah, Dipti, you can go ahead and ask your question and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, Dipti, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 26. And I'm going to go ahead and roll some dice to kind of get an idea as far as the love side, who's coming your way, or like what is coming your way. And then, yeah, Sajol, I forgot to update that my list was closed, but I'll go ahead and take you last because that was my bad. So let me update the list really quick. Okay. So let's start with the card. You have the Three of Wands. Okay, so as far as anytime, Sajol. So as far as when it comes to the general career and love aspect, with the Three of Wands, this is like kind of letting you know that overall, as far as when it comes to your career and your love, you're gonna be. This is kind of letting you know that luck is on your side. There's opportunities surrounding you, and what's going to come to you is going to come from a place of you planning for the future and being like, you know, like planning for the future where you feel safe and comfortable. And it's kind of like letting you know that what you want or what you kind of wish for, it's kind of like they're in the works. It may not seem like it if it doesn't, but this is kind of letting you know, as long as you can stay committed to your plans, and that goes for career and your love life. Like, as long as you know what you want overall, and you know you're not scared of, stepping outside the box, considering more opportunities to expand strategies and overall unlocking your full potential, your like solid preparation is gonna, and your like drive that you have is gonna bring you everything that you're looking for, as long as you can do that. But this is also letting you know, make sure you're aware that opportunities do exist around you, and there's still more to come, so kind of keep that in mind. But in order to take advantage of this, you need to stay committed to like what you're looking for, your path. And like I said, just make sure you're not afraid to step out of your comfort zone, okay? Because sometimes, what's outside of it may offer more. And like, just like, overall, know like now's the time to think big if you're not already. And then as far as, let's get into like your love life. Let's see. I rolled some astrology dice to kind of get an idea. Like, yes, you're definitely gonna find love. So with the astrology dice, it'll kind of give you an idea of this person, of what they're gonna be like. So let's start with the planet. So with the planet, we have Mars. This is kind of letting you know they're very like they're gonna be very like muscular. Like, this is kind of like muscular, not in a bad way, but kind of like they care about their fitness overall. They're also very like, they kind of care about like the way their body is. Like, they care about their health, if that makes sense. They're very courageous. Kind of like they may be a little competitive, not in a bad way, but it's kind of like they want the best, so they're not afraid to do what they have to do to get there. They have a lot of, it's because they have a lot of passion and like desires, if that makes sense. And also, they may be someone that kind of craves a lot of um, physical intimacy, so kind of keep that in mind, because it seems like they're really like they could be a little impulsive when it comes to that, like kind of spontaneous, not in a bad way, but there's some people that obviously want that more than others. So they may be that type of person that just will kind of randomly want it like on the spot, if that makes sense. But they're also like, they're not like pushy about it either. They're kind of like, they're just not scared to let you know how much they want you. And then with the zodiac sign, they may either be either you're a Cancer, they're a Cancer, or they have Cancer-like traits. Okay, let me see your question. Did you meet them already? Well, it's kind of like, take it as it is what I read it to you. It seems like with this Cancer sign, it seems like they may be kind of, okay, with this one, it usually kind of means like close to home. So you may already know who I'm talking about. So it's like, if you can apply this to somebody, that's like, it's like, use your intuition and let it guide you, if that makes sense. But this is kind of like, when it hits close to home like this, you may already have an idea of who I'm talking about. If not, this is kind of like letting you know what this person, like the traits they have, so that you can apply it to that person. Because when you meet them, you're going to know, if that makes sense. But know that, like, besides them being like physically intimate, they also care about your emotions. Like, they care about, you know, like they may, like, it seems like they have a soft side to them, believe it or not. Like, they don't just, like, they want both aspects. Like, they want a physical connection with you, but they also want like an emotional connection with you. And they're also like, they're very loyal to and nurturing as far as when it comes to this. And then the last dice we have is the second house. This one is all about, they care about, like I said, they care about their fitness. Not even just that, they care about their health. They care about self-care. And they're also, it seems like, they may have some materialistic desires, but that's not a bad thing. Because, people that know what they want with the future, that's always a good sign, because they're not afraid. Like I said, like, they could be a little assertive, but not in a bad way. It's like, when they want something, they're going to do what they have to do to get what they want, especially with that competitive energy. Like, they're not afraid of doing what they have to do to get them where they need to be, or to get them what they want. So just kind of keep that in mind. Like, lastly, overall, this person is very, like, they just want to have overall comfort. Like, they want to comfort within the relationship, but they want to comfort within their career as well. Like, they want it to be overall like a balanced type of, equal type of energy. Oh yeah, and then lastly too, they may be the type of person that likes to establish daily routines, because they just, like, they're one that likes to manage their time efficiently. Okay, so kind of keep that in mind too. With this Three of Wands that you have, you can, like, usually with this wand energy, it's usually within, it usually kind of leads to the summer. So as far as if you'll find them in the next 6 months, you can expect to find them probably like within the summer, or like within from now to the end of summer, if that makes sense. Okay. Thank you for your question. Okay, and now next up is going to be Adam Patterson. Anytime, Dipti. Thank you. Okay, hi Adam. When you're ready, you can go ahead and ask your question and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. And Casmo, okay, I do have you on the list. Okay, I'm just making sure. Let me update the list while I wait for Adam. Okay, Adam, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. I'm sorry, Ayushi. Everybody's been waiting too. The only way to skip the line is if you make a donation from the description box below. So if you donate $3 of one of the methods below, you can skip the line. But other than that, have to be respectful to everybody else that's been waiting. Okay, Adam, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 26. And then we can get that answer for you. Okay, 21. Okay, Adam. So the card you picked is the Fool card, and this is a great card. So just so you know, this is a definite yes. And just to let you know, this is like letting you know. Just make sure you have faith in your future, and even if you don't know what to expect, look at this as kind of like not even just beginner's luck, but like just take a leap of faith. Know the universe is really working on your side. It may come in a spontaneous time, but just know this is gonna bring you like a new beginning. So just kind of keep this daring and like carefree energy that you have as far as when it comes to what you're manifesting right now. And make sure you stay joyful and excited about it because, like I said, there's definitely new beginnings in store for you. So like overall, just keep doing what you're doing and just take that leap of faith, okay? This is great type of energy. This is like one of the best cards out of like all of them. And there's like 78 of them. And like lastly, just, you know, this is like kind of calling you. Just make sure you stay committed to yourself and follow your heart, no matter how crazy this leap of faith may seem. Just, you know, you just need to know. Just make sure you trust where the universe is taking you, because it's taking you where you want to go, but you just have to have faith in it, okay? Yeah, the Fool card. This is always like that card, you know, if you're looking for a sign, this is definitely that type of energy. So I wish you the best of luck, okay? You have a lot of new beginnings in store for you. And thank you for your question. Yeah, just keep doing what you're doing. Hi, Unbreakable. I'll be coming back live most likely this weekend. Like most likely on like Saturday, like probably early morning Saturday. Okay, Adam, that's good. I'll schedule it ahead of time so you guys will see. I usually try to schedule it like 6 to 12 hours ahead of time so you guys get an idea. Okay, Farheen. Yeah, Unbreakable, you will. Thank you again. Okay, Farheen, let me shuffle these cards one last time to get a fresh start. And then Farheen, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Adam, what do you mean as far as it's someone from your past? Okay, Farheen, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 26. Okay, okay, Farheen, so it seems like the card you picked is the 9 of Wands. So as far as when this comes up, this is kind of like, it's kind of like a coin toss. Like, that's the best way to put it. And if it does happen, it seems like it won't be happening until like the earliest I'm getting is like the summer, if that makes sense. Because it seems like they're kind of standing firm on a decision that they really believe in. And like, and not even that, just that, but it seems like it's kind of wiser to wait things out because they're kind of, it seems like they may be being a little cautious and defensive right now. So it seems like there may be some underlying issues going on that's kind of making them feel like this. And it seems like things are kind of like cooling down right now, if that makes sense. Like it's kind of telling you, you may be like on like, you know, you may be starting to feel exhausted, but like you're resilient, so like keep that in mind. Don't let it, try not to get to you. but also, you know, make, because you're capable of standing tall and strong, but this is kind of like representing, like, this is like an ongoing battle that might be going through, but as long as you can persevere and fight through like the tough times, it's gonna work in your favor. So it's kind of like these problems are facing you, kind of see, kind of like as a test to see if you're resilient enough to stand your ground, and like it's kind of like testing this, testing your balance, if that makes sense. So try not to let it throw you off. This is like a sign of hope and encouragement. So as long as you can, you know, be like, have courage and be optimistic about the situation, you're gonna gain success as far as when it comes to them coming to meet you and your baby girls. You just have to kind of like be patient right now, because it seems like it may, like, you may be feeling hopeless right now as far as when it comes to all this. But this is also letting you know that surprises are in store. You just have to be prepared and kind of like strategize what you can do on your side too to make sure this does happen. But challenges are going to be faced from what this card is getting at. So it's kind of know too that when this does happen, and the time does come around, because I'm seeing it happening, but it's just kind of like it's kind of taking its course. Like, it's like, you know, it's not, you guys aren't quite at the finish line yet, if that makes sense, as far as to it happening yet. But when it does happen, there's gonna, like, it seems like when he does come and meet you and your baby girl, that there's gonna be like some adjustments being made and a lot more communication. Okay, so just kind of like keep that in mind. It seems like there's definitely some self-improvement going on beneath it all, which is why they're not really ready to come around yet, because it seems like they want to fix themselves before they come around, if that makes sense. But as long as, like I said, you can stand your ground and face these challenges, like, you know, it's testing your resilience. That's what it's doing. Like, don't let it throw you off. You know, if you really want this to work out, or even if you just want like it not to be too hard as far as like the relationship they have, you know, just try to be patient. You know, do what you have to do beneath it all. Let them know where you stand. You know, and it's gonna happen when the time's right. Because this energy is all about coming and being willing to adapt and working through problems together as a team. So, like, I wish you the best of luck, okay? Yeah, thank you for your question. And thank you for being patient. Okay, next up is going to be Susan, if you're still here. And Rise. So, Susan, Rise, or Ariza, let me know if you guys are still here. Hi, Susan. I'm shuffling these cards one last time. You can go ahead and ask your question and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. Anytime, Farhan. Thank you. And thank you, Rise, for letting me know you're still here as well. Okay, Susan, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 29 so we can figure out what's going on. Okay, 15. Okay, nice. So you have the Ace of Pentacles here. And as it always is with any ace, it's all about it's always about like generally it means yes. It always definitely means yes. And it also sorry, I keep moving a chair. As far as with the yes though, it also this is like a great representation of like abundance, prosperity, and like growth. So they definitely still think about you. And as far as how they're feeling, they're seeing, they're kind of getting this idea like there's a possibility of new beginnings between the two of you, and even like new growth to like grow from any previous experiences you guys may have had, if you know whether they worked out or not. But it seems like they're kind of coming to this understanding where um, they're kind of getting an idea of what may or may have not worked out, or where things can go between the two of you, if that makes sense. And they definitely still think about you, because when they really think back and look about what was going on, they kind of have this realization where they realize you're like very loyal. Like they have this like they feel you're very loyal to them, and they feel like what you have to bring and what you have to offer like on the table when it comes down to it is very lasting and practical in sense of and like terms of like even if this is a friendship relationship or a friendship. So don't be surprised if they like reach out to you, or kind of like let you know how they're feeling, because it seems like they're kind of like they got a lot of emotions when it comes to thinking about you and everything that's going on. And with this card, it brings new like new beginnings, opportunities, and like overall like new potentials, if that makes sense. So just kind of keep that in mind. But this is like a overall bringing very like stability and like new beginning type of energy. So, take this connection where you want to go with it. But like I said, it seems like they're really willing to put in some effort and steadiness to take the two of you guys somewhere, if that makes sense. And also, like lastly, just kind of make sure you're taking care of your practical life as well, okay? Because it'll kind of set a foundation for you as far as what you're looking for and what you need, so you can find a love that does flourish, assuming this is what you want with them. Okay, I'm glad it does. Thank you for your question, Susan, and I wish you guys the best of luck. Anytime, Susan. Thank you again. Okay, and next up is going to be Rise. Hi, Bang. Thanks for letting me know you're here. Your turn is almost up. Okay, Rise. After you finish typing Rise, just remember to pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, let me break this up so we can find out. Okay, Rise, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 19 so we can get an answer for you. Okay, so it seems like the card you picked is the Two of Swords, and this is all about kind of like uncertainty, if that makes sense. So it seems like, okay, let me see how they'll see you in the future versus your present. So it seems like, okay, you know what? Let's go one more. Go ahead and pick one more between 1 and 18. Because I feel like the card I'm getting is kind of how they view you now. But I want to get one more card so we can see how they view you in the future, if that makes sense. Okay, interesting. Okay, so for the first card, like I said, we have the Two of Swords. And that's kind of like, they kind of like, it seems like right now people kind of see you as someone that is overall kind of like they're brave, but they also kind of have an like I don't want to say an issue, but sometimes they kind of have a hard time. Like they kind of look at you as kind of having a hard time making up your mind, and sometimes being like avoidant or like overall. When you have like, it seems like when you have decisions that you need to make, you may not make them right away, and people do kind of notice that. But I mean, that's not a bad thing. It just seems like they kind of look at you as someone that's like someone that has like a lot of thoughts beneath it all when it comes to addressing situations or any type of decisions or anything. Like they know like you kind of like, you use your head a lot, if that makes sense. And there's nothing wrong with that. But it seems like, they hate, like when they see you, they look at you as a type of person that like, when you weigh your options, you're a little slow about it, but not in a bad way. It's because you like to use your head and your heart. Like, you're not just sitting there like quick to make a decision or quick to take action. Yeah, see, like that makes sense, but it's kind of like you do it because you want to make the right choice. Like you care about using your intuition to make the right choice. So it seems like right now, yeah, like overall, like that's the best way to sum it up is like, yeah, it's like being an overthinker. But there's nothing wrong with that. But it seems like right now, that's how people see you right now. It's kind of like, just someone that, like I said, they like to think a lot overall. There's nothing wrong with that though. And then as far as like the future, what they think of you in the future, this is like great though, because it seems like they're already understanding of you being this person that likes to use your head and like in all aspects. But with this Two of Pentacles, this is all about being balanced and like kind of playing this balancing act. So it's like they still know that you're still doing what you're doing as far as using your head, but it seems like you're gonna take knowing how these people are kind of like thinking about you now and kind of being like a little adaptable. Like you're still gonna take like not like you're still gonna take a while, but you're not gonna take as long, if that makes sense. Like kind of like you're gonna be balancing out your thoughts with how you're feeling, and you're gonna be a little bit more prompter with making decisions and overall just addressing situations. And people are definitely gonna notice that, and they're also gonna look at you as being a lot more kind of like organized. And even then, like I said, like just they're gonna notice that you're what's it called, like multitasking a lot more. Like the best way to put it is like just overall having this balanced energy that brings like a lot of positive influence around you, and that they're gonna notice that you're capable of maintaining that too. Like they're gonna definitely see like this shift in who you are, and not in a bad way, but like in a good way. So like I hope that makes sense. Like there's nothing wrong with the way they look at you now, but they do definitely notice that you like to, kind of think things through a lot longer than people usually do, if that makes sense. But in the future, they definitely see a shift and you being able to like manage your time more efficiently, overall just handle situations a lot easier. Not to say that you don't, but just kind of saying, like, just to let you know, like, they're gonna, people are gonna take note that, like, in the future, they're gonna take note that you're capable of, like, taking situations for what they are. Yeah, anytime. Yeah, I'm sorry, you shouldn't be. I mean, there's nothing wrong with, fully understanding the situation, if that makes sense, you know? But in the future, just make sure, you're managing your time and your priorities carefully, okay? And, like, equally too, okay? And thank you for your questions. Yeah, Adam, anytime, Rise. Thank you for being patient as well. Yeah, Adam, I'm glad you, if you, like, looked into the Fool card. But yeah, that's, like, a great card, especially when it comes to manifestations. And then next up is going to be Ariza. Let me know if you're still here, Ariza. Okay, Ariza, I'm going to assume you're not here, so we're going to move on to Bank. So, Bank, let me know if you're still here. Okay, thank you, Bank. I'm going to shuffle these cards really quick so we can get a fresh start. Go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3, and then ask your question. No, you didn't miss your turn yet, Kashika. I'm gonna update the list right now. And also, Heather, if you're still here, don't think I, like, took you out or anything. I think when I copy and pasted it, I left your name out. But as long as you're still here, you're still gonna have your turn when it comes. I'm gonna update the list right now. So we're working with Bank right now because Ariza isn't here. Okay, pile 2. Okay, go ahead and pick a card now, Bank, between 1 and 24. Okay, interesting. Okay, Bank. So it seems like you picked the Judgment card. So depending on like the type of conversation and what you guys talked about, they may be feeling a little bit like a little bit like a little bit judgy, but they also may be kind of like facing to some like type of decisions, because it's kind of like they're taking the conversation you had and like first, like just to let you know, they care. They do care about what you have to say and how you feel, and they care about this connection between you guys. But they are also kind of like not being judgy in a bad way, but they're kind of like there may be, it seems like there's some underlying conditions and feelings that may not be being completely brought to light when it comes to this, if that makes sense. Like this talk that you had with them is kind of having them go through this kind of like they're kind of taking a closer look at the situation between the two of you guys and kind of looking where there could be some adjustments made, or kind of like because like they're kind of going through like a self-reflection, if that makes sense. Like your guys' talk kind of like woke them up, if that makes sense. And because of that, they're taking a closer look at what you guys can both do to kind of like make this relationship thrive. Like they just overall, it seems like they want communication with you guys to just both genuinely be like open, and they want to just overall they want to make sure you guys are both aware of each other's needs, if that makes sense. Like there's nothing like any major that needs to happen between the two of you guys. It just seems like there may be some small changes that may need to be made that they want to kind of, they'll probably, it seems like they're going to bring it up to you, if that makes sense. Like it seems like they kind of had some previous actions and consequences that they dealt with. And as far as like, it seems like their past is kind of why they're feeling the way they're feeling right now. Like it's not a bad thing what I'm saying, as far as what I'm getting at. Like their feelings and tensions with you seem like they kind of want to communicate with you a little bit and kind of take things. It's like something about this general conversation you guys had they really enjoyed, and it kind of woke them up a little bit, if that makes sense. Hi Manisha, I'll help you right now. I took you off the list because SK had said that you guys had the same name. That's why, but I could put you back on. Because SK was saying that you guys were the same person earlier. That's why. But anyways, Bank, as far as what we were talking about, it just kind of seems like what they were like this conversation you guys had kind of like just woke them up a little bit. Like you kind of put them in this awakening stance where they kind of went through this a little bit of self-reflection, and they kind of, it's like their intentions as far as what they want to go with you is they want to move, they kind of want to progress with you. Like you're kind of giving them this breath of fresh air type of energy. So expect communication between the two of you to kind of open up, if it hasn't already, like open up a little bit more. And they may kind of let you know what they're looking for as far as what they want in a relationship, if it comes to that, or if it's a friendship. But it seems like well, like I said, with this breath of fresh air that they get when they like how they feel about you as far as feelings and intentions, it seems like they want to take stuff a little bit further than where you guys are right now. But they also may kind of let you know how they're feeling as far as everything that they've experienced, that kind of to kind of give you like a renewal insight behind who they are and what they've dealt with as a person, if that makes sense. So it's kind of like if this is a friendship or a relationship, they want to take it to the next level, and not in the next level like they want to go from friendship to a relationship necessarily, depending on your guys' situation. Yeah, that's pretty much what I'm getting at. It seems like the past that they had is kind of why they're feeling the way they're feeling right now. That's why I was kind of like saying what I was saying. Cause like that's why I said with you they see a breath of fresh air, if that makes sense. So they definitely want like a, I'm not sure if you want to take this to the relationship level or not, but it seems like they kind of have that in mind a little bit. Like I'm feeling it on their side. So just kind of keep that in mind. They're definitely kind of like They're kind of thinking about, like, but they're also going to let you know what they're looking for, because there's nothing major that needs to change or anything between the two of you guys. It's just kind of like they need to let you know where they stand, or they're going to let you know where they stand and what they're looking for and what they've experienced. Because they kind of see this whole connection between the two of you guys like a renewal. And like a renewal as far as like, now's a time where this breath of fresh air that you give them can really lead somewhere, if that makes sense. So just kind of like I said, just keep communication with you guys open as possible, and make sure that you guys are both aware of each other's needs being met, because they care about, like, it seems like whatever they've dealt with in their past, they're going to avoid it at all costs, and they care about your needs being met as well, okay? So just keep that in mind. And thank you for your question, Bank. Okay, Manisha, I'm going to go ahead and help you right now, okay? Let me just update the list really quick. And then Sahu, no, you didn't miss your turn. And then Heather, if Alicia not here, you'll be up next. So Alicia, go ahead and let me know if you're here. I'm going to go ahead and help Manisha right away. And then we're going to keep going. Okay, Manisha, go ahead and ask your question and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Anytime, Heather. Thank you. Okay, Manisha, after you ask your question, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 23. Anytime, Bank. Thank you, and I wish you the best of luck. Okay, Manisha, now pick a card between 1 and 23. Okay, Manisha, so because I took your name out on accident, I'll go ahead and read all 3 cards, but usually I only do 1 or 2. So you have the 3 of Cups here, the Knight of Pentacles, and the 5 of Swords. Okay, so this is kind of all over the place. So it seems like I don't understand the last question you're asking me. Okay, I think as far as the last... Okay, yeah, see, I don't speak Indian. I only speak English. As far as the last question you're asking me, the one I think I barely understand, with the sexual relationship, I'm getting a no for that part. If you're asking if they're in a relationship, like in a sexual relationship with anybody else, I'm getting a no. But I'm also getting that there's some kind of like deceitful energy where they're kind of being sneaky and doing something you may not know about. So it may not be a sexual relationship, but they may be kind of like talking or being deceitful in a way. So it's kind of like there may be something going on with them and this okay, see, so as far as the sexual relationship part, no, but there's definitely some deceitfulness going on. So it seems like that can mean a couple of things. Like they're not being sexual with them, but it definitely seems like they're talking to somebody. Like it seems like they're talking to somebody else, or they may be talking to a few people, and they're trying to get away with it. But it doesn't mean they're going to. Like they haven't moved on from this connection as far as, because they do miss Manisha. Like they miss Manisha, and they're like I see like a celebration energy in the end as far as if they'll come back, but it seems like with this card that I have in the middle, Manisha may need to be a little bit prepared to be consistent, and so do they. So it seems like there's just needs to be overall like a lot of determination, ambition, and honesty for this relationship to work. And there also needs to be some trust. So this is kind of like there's capability of this relationship coming back, like how they're saying if they're going to come back to them, there's capability for that. But this is kind of like letting you know slow and steady progress is kind of like needs to be made, if that makes sense. But the work needs to be put in, and that goes for both sides, not just like one side. It can't be a one-sided relationship. But also just make sure that this person that Manisha is asking about, kind of get to the bottom of it, because there's definitely some deceitful energy here. So it seems like they may be talking, they may be trying to get away with something, which could be talking to somebody else or flirting, or just overall, it seems like they're doing something and they're trying to get away with it. So just kind of tell Manisha to keep that in mind, okay? But there's definitely potential for them to work it out. And they definitely do still think about Manisha, but they kind of need to just communicate efficiently and see if they're willing to see eye to eye and make the changes together. And if they can make the changes together, then it's going to be slow and steady progress. Like, it's not just going to happen overnight, okay? And then tell Manisha thank you for their question, okay? Okay, ready. Okay, Heather, I'm glad you're here and ready. I don't think Alicia is here. I don't think Alicia is here. Alicia, let me know if you are here. I'm going to go ahead and help Heather first because they let me know they were here first. And if you're here, Alicia, let me know if you're here, please, so that you can come after Heather. But okay, Heather, thank you for letting me know you're here and ready. I'm going to shuffle the cards. Go ahead and ask your question and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. And thank you guys, too, for helping Manisha. I really appreciate it. Okay, Heather, let me know when you're ready. Heather, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, go ahead. Take your time then. Just like what number speaks to you the most right now? Like which one's calling you? Pile 3, okay. Okay, Heather, now go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 24. Okay, Stella, thank you for letting me know you're here. The current list is on the screen now. Okay, anyways, now back to you, Heather. So the card you picked is the Page of Swords. Alright, interesting. There's some good energy right here. So, okay, Heather, so I'm not sure if as far as when you're asking what the Leo is, let me scroll up, let me read it. Okay, their feelings towards you. So I'm not sure if this is like a friendship or a relationship, but I'm like getting this is full, like they're very full of as far as like how they're feeling towards you, they kind of get this like sense, and like you give them a lot of energy, and like they feel a lot of passion and like a very enthusiastic type of energy between the two of you. So this is kind of like letting you know too that they may be kind of like paying attention to you from afar, like if that makes sense. Like not like lurking, but kind of like they're definitely taking notice of just who you are as a person, like besides what you guys talk about, if you guys are in any type of communication or not, but they're definitely like watching you from afar, if that makes sense. Because this is like very like curious type of energy, and if you guys haven't talked yet, or if you guys are, just kind of know that this is like also very like they want to communicate. Like they may not be good at communicating because they may be the type that are kind of like not scared of emotional confrontations, but okay. See, then if that's what I'm saying, like if you are saying you're back on social media, that can explain why I'm kind of getting this like lurky type of energy. Like they're curious to what you're doing, if that makes sense. And they may come off as like a little bit avoidant at first, but believe it or not, they're like I said, they're kind of keeping an eye on you from afar because they're very curious about you, like what you've been up to and what you're doing. Okay, hi Alicia. We'll help you after Heather. Heather is up right now. But yeah, like overall though, this is very like curious type of energy. So just kind of keep it in mind. They're definitely like, especially if you're saying what you said about the social media, they're definitely like lurking on you a little bit. Seems like they've just been curious to like what you've been up to this whole time, and they're sure, and then even then they're curious to what you have been doing. Not even just that, but like what you are up to right now too. And then they also might kind of like don't be surprised if they kind of use what anything you're doing as a way to spark communication with you. Okay, I don't know why I'm getting that, but like I'm getting that. Like just kind of stay alert of that overall, because it seems like they might kind of use that as inspiration to like chat it up with you or like reach out to you. Okay, but like I said lastly, like they're just overall like very curious to what you've been up to, and they're definitely watching you from afar, so kind of just keep that in mind. Yeah, anytime, Heather. Thank you for your question. Okay, Alicia, thank you for coming back. Let's go back to you before we move on to Shiva. Yeah, Heather, this card is a definite yes. Like I said, it seems like they've been watching you from afar. So, even whatever you have put up, they're definitely just been watching what you've been put up. So, if you want to take it somewhere, just kind of keep that in mind, or like not be conscious because you want to show them who you really are. But like I said, keep in mind that they are watching you, okay? Okay, thank you, Alicia. But I'm going to shuffle the cards. Go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Anytime, Heather. Thank you again. Okay, Alicia, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 30 so we can figure out what's going on beneath all that. Okay, interesting. All right. Okay, so you picked the 10 of Cups. All right, so it seems like how they're feeling towards you and their thoughts, like overall, like, okay, see, it makes sense if you're saying they're viewing you all over because it seems like they're thinking about you. Like you're really on their mind because you have the 10 of Cups here, and this 10 of Cups is all about it's overall like this is like the card like when every time I see it, it gives me like happily ever after type of energy, if that makes sense. Like this is like one of the most happy, like positive cards there is. And especially when it comes to like relationships or like a long term type commitment, it seems like they've been kind of keeping their eye on you because you kind of give them this like contentment and joy when they see your stuff and like this overall like emotional satisfaction. Okay, yeah, see, that makes sense. So honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if it seems like when they see you, they're kind of getting this like energy where, it seems like they kind of want to take it to the next step. I wouldn't be surprised if they reach out to you because usually this energy has to do with like forming new type of like long lasting relationships that are like, capable of seeing eye to eye, living like harmonious and, overall thriving and like blissful type of energy. But you're definitely like I said, like it's like they see you. Okay, I see what you're saying. So when you're saying like as far as for reach out, okay, so like when you say for reach out, is that like what do you mean by that for that part? Like are you trying to ask when they're gonna reach out like that? Because I definitely see them like okay, like a message. Okay, yeah, we could pick one more. Yeah, because this is definitely like taking things to the next step, if that makes sense. And yeah, because this relationship is all about lasting energy. But let's pick one more. So let me count again because I forgot how many I told you were in that pile. Okay. I'm going to pick 6. Okay. Alright. So we have the 3 of Cups here. So as far as the reach out part, So it seems like if there's like a period of time, so this could mean a couple things. Typically it's kind of like within 3 months, if that makes sense. But it could also be kind of like if there's any type of celebrations or any type of social gatherings where you guys may come across one another and stuff like that. It seems like they may use that as like an advantage, or like, through a friendship or something like that. Like if there's any type of get-togethers or anything, even just hangouts or anything like that. If not, then within 3 months, it seems like that's when they're going to be reaching out to you. Like they're kind of taking it a little slow and steady, if that makes sense. But this is like another great card to pair with this Ten of Cups, because it's like, yeah, even like you said it. I mean, that cup is it's all about positivity and long lasting and seeing the future, if that makes sense. He's gonna come in June. That makes sense then, because so then if you're saying he's gonna come in June, that kind of makes sense though, because if I'm telling you like within 3 months and it's March right now, that means that most likely it's gonna happen, like I said, within the 3 months. And if you're saying they're gonna come in June, that makes sense, because in 3 months is June. Does that make sense? So you can expect them to reach out to you within 3 months. If not, they're gonna use this coming home, like coming to your country in June, is like the time of when they come. I don't know if that makes sense to you. Okay, I'm glad it does. Yeah, because like I said, it's March right now, and that's month 3. The month is ending, but like I said, we're still in March, so like within the 3, okay? So yeah, I'm seeing it within then. Anytime. Thank you for your question, and thank you for being patient as well. Likewise, thank you for thank you for your question again. I really appreciate it. And tons of love to you as well. Okay, next up is going to be Shiva, if you're still here. Okay, Shiva, let me know if you're still here. Okay, thank you. Go ahead and ask your question and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, let's look into that for you. Okay, pile 1. Okay. Okay, so now Shiva, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 25 to get the answer you're looking for. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. I just saw you said you're confused. What are you confused about? Are you still okay with picking card 11? Okay, I'm just making sure. Okay, so for the cards you picked the Four of Cups. And okay, so let's address your let's address this time frame first, and then let's get into beneath like the underlying aspects of it, if that makes sense. So as far as the time frame goes, this is kind of like letting you know that it seems like you may start seeing some type of like results, like not it exactly sorry, not it exactly, you know, like 100% happening, but you're going to start seeing some results happening from what you've been doing within the next 4 months to like the autumn of this year. You should start seeing some type of results. But it also seems like you need to kind of stop. Like it seems like there's some opportunities that are in front of you, but you need to kind of look. It's kind of like it's this kind of telling you you need to stop looking at things that may have not been working out or may not be going your way. Kind of like the best way to see it is there's a lot of stuff surrounding you that's being offered to you, but you may be churning it down. And instead of churning it down, you should be kind of like utilizing it and kind of learning from what's going on around you. Hi, Tori. Yeah, if you do donate, I can open my list back up. But besides that, my list is pretty much closed. But like I'm saying, Shiva, it seems like there's a lot of opportunities surrounding you, but it doesn't seem like you're really focusing on it like you should be. It seems like you're kind of distracted by what you're looking for and what you're kind of like expecting. So you're kind of churning down what's in front of you, but it's kind of like you need to utilize what's in front of you to better yourself and your situation. So it's kind of like there's a lot of fresh starts in store for you, but make sure the opportunities that are being presented to you are, like you can use them and work in your favor. Like don't just churn everything that doesn't have to do with what you want to do down, okay? You need to take what's going on in front of you and learn from them, and also it can help you get to where you want to go, okay? Like just kind of keep your mind open. Don't just turn everything down because it's not aligning with you, if that makes sense. So it's kind of like use these opportunities that are in front of you to gain a better understanding of who you really are. So that way you can kind of propel forward and it can help you achieve everything you're looking for. Like these opportunities in front of you may even present themselves and kind of offer a lot of insight and just overall just more guidance and kind of teach you and show you who you really are so you could better yourself, okay? But once you can get out of this mindset, you're going to start seeing some results. You just got to make sure your mindset's aligning with your goals. Yeah, anytime, Shiva. Thank you for your question. Okay, and next up is going to be a Yushi, if you're still here and you're ready. Yeah, Tori, you can donate. The information is in the description box down below. Okay, before Tori donates, let's, while they're donating, let's squeeze in one more. So, Yushi, if you're still here, now's the time to let me know. Cosmo, if you're here, go ahead and let me know. Okay, you should go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay. I'm just waiting on you, Yushi, to pick a pile between 1 and 3. Thank you for your question, Ayushi. Now I just need you to pick a pile between 1 and 3 so we can start looking for an answer for you. Pile 2? Okay. Now go ahead and pick a card, Ayushi, between 1 and 28. Okay, number 2. Alright, this is a great card. So you have the 6 of Wands here. And this card is overall, so first of all, the answer to your question is a yes. So this is kind of like letting you know that whatever you set out to achieve, success is inevitable as long as you can pretty much maintain your confidence and your pride through this. Because it's definitely there. It's kind of like, think slow and steady wins the race type of energy when it comes to this. And as far as how they're feeling about you, when it comes to their current feelings, it seems like they're kind of getting, they kind of have these feelings where this is like a success. Like they feel like the two of you right now, well, first of all, they're attracted to you. That's what I'm getting right off the bat. I keep hearing that. And also they're kind of letting you know that if you kind of want somebody to be a little bit more receptive than you've maybe experienced in the past, they're willing to offer that towards you, or sorry, offer that to you. And they're also the type of person that when it comes to a relationship, they want to, I'm not sure if this is something that would be kind of they want to work together towards bigger and better things. They're thinking long term when it comes to you guys being in a relationship. Your goals, all the goals that you have, assuming that this connection that you want is something you're willing to put some effort into, they're going to come into fruition. And the future seems very bright for the both of you. And also very joyous, because this is a type of relationship that's thinking very long term with a lot of success in the end result. Think eventually they want something that's long term. They could see you guys buying a house together, making those moves where you guys are fulfilling that just ideal relationship goals, if that makes sense. But you just have to pretty much like make sure you're confident as you like work through this with them, because as long as you can do that, they're gonna see it, they're gonna feel it, and you guys are definitely gonna just prosper together, okay? But this is definitely like some fulfilling type of energy that's gonna bring a lot of abundance for the both of you. So just keep that in mind. They definitely like are feeling some type of way about you in a good way, okay? And like lastly, just know that success is in the future for both of you as long as you guys can, you know, just keep doing just keep doing what you're doing once you guys get to that communicative and seeing eye to eye, okay? And thank you for your question and for being patient. Okay, and then next up, we're gonna go to you, Cosmo. So Cosmo, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3. Anytime, Ayushi. Thank you again. Cosmo. Sorry, I was shuffling it one last time. Alright, pile 2. Okay, Cosmo, go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 21. Okay, 20. Okay, Cosmo, so it seems like the card you picked is the Wheel of Fortune. And this card is all about, this is all about making changes. So if you're saying there hasn't been any contact, this is kind of letting you know that to expect that the universe is taking care of your situation in the best way possible. So the contact that may have not been being made right now seems like it was for the better, but this kind of letting you know to expect some contact to be being made very soon. And it's going to come like in a very spontaneous moment, and there's going to be some change going on. There might be some, like, it's kind of like it's going to be a little lucky, like luck is going to play a factor on your side here. So just kind of just like this just lets you know that, you know, like life is made up of good times and bad times and cycles that, you know, we just overall can't control sometimes. But remember that everything happens for a reason. You know, what comes up must always go down eventually, and that's, you know, that goes to explain why there hasn't been any contact. But just kind of let you know that your situation is definitely going to change for the better when it comes to this, because this card is all about relationship changes being made. So the current feelings they have towards you is all about being willing to make changes, you know, and being willing to like, and kind of like self-reflecting on adjustments that need to be made, or that that may either need to be made or need to be like kind of communicated communicated about, so that, you know, the two of you can kind of like see eye to eye and get out of this period where you guys are, you know, not in this no contact, if that makes sense. And, you know, as long as this is kind of like a commitment, like a test of commitment too. So like how you react to them, and like as far as everything, like I won't be really able to answer these other questions until you guys can communicate, because that's what the underlying message has to do with this. This is kind of letting you know that this lack of communication isn't forever, but there needs to be communication first to get these answers that you're looking for. Because with the Wheel of Fortune, this is kind of letting you know the wheel is always churning, and that these changes aren't always forever. But as long as you guys can navigate through ups and downs of life together as a team, your partnership's going to get closer. And then at that point, that's when you guys can reach this phase of being engaged. But in the meantime, it seems like the underlying message of it all is you guys need to communicate more effectively and put in some more effort and sacrifices in order for you guys to remain or be together, depending on your situation. But overall, like lastly, just know that this is like a great signal that there's a lot of changes coming to this relationship for you guys, okay? Thank you for your question, okay, Cosmo? Okay, I'll answer this last question for you. Go ahead and pick one last card between 1 and 19. I'll only be able to answer when they'll communicate to you. I can't answer the engagement part because I told you that like it seems like the underlying message is you guys need to communicate and see where you guys can adapt to get there, if that makes sense. But I can only answer for now. I'll answer when they will communicate to Amara, if that makes sense. So as far as the time frame is for the communication, you can expect communication within the next week by like the summer, by the end of summer, if that makes sense, okay? And then you, like I said, you have to go to the communication phase to get to the next phase, if that makes sense. So thank you for your question, Cosmo. Anytime, Cosmo. I wish you the best of luck. Okay, and next up is going to be Aldona. So Aldona, let me know if you're still here, or Schluck, let me know if you're still here. Hi, thank you, Kashika, for letting me know you're still here. Okay, Kashika, so since you let me know you're still here, we'll just go ahead and move on to you, and then if Aldona or Schlock come back, we'll just take them after you. Alright, Kashika, go ahead and ask your question, and then pick a pile between 1 and 3. Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and roll some astrology dice too for you, Kashika. Okay, nice, nice, nice. Okay, pile 2. Go ahead and pick a card between 1 and 26, Kashika. Okay, card number 20. Okay, nice, Kashika. This is a great card to get. All right, so as far as the card, let's start with the card first before I get into like a deeper idea of their characteristics. Because I rolled some astrology dice too. I like to roll astrology dice when you guys ask for certain characteristics because it gives it offers a lot more. So for the card, you have the Lovers card, and this is like one of the greatest cards you can get when it comes to relationships. So already off the bat, know that this, um, no, Mohini, you're up next after Kashika. So just be ready. You're gonna come up next right now, in a couple minutes. Okay, so know that this, like, just know, Kashika, like your future spouse is gonna take you like completely seriously. Like you're gonna fall in love. They're gonna be in love with you. This is gonna be like such a like a committed relationship full of like raw honesty, open communication, and just overall being balanced in all aspects. Like, seeing eye to eye, being able to handle any issues that come your guys' way while also being like very patient with one another. And also just being caring about all aspects, like emotional, just overall everything. Okay, like this is like one of the greatest cards you can get when it comes to relationships. Like this is like a union, this is all about being supported, like supporting one another, wanting to grow with one another, and overall just being committed like in all aspects. And then let's get into this astrology dice. So for the astrology dice, I like to start with the planet. So let's start there. There you have the North Node. So with the North Node, this is kind of telling you that to kind of learn from any previous experiences, find your soul purpose, and like understand what your fate is, because that's who they are as a person. Like the person that your future spouse is going to be is going to know what they want. Like they've learned from their past experiences. They have this idea of what they're looking for in a relationship and what they don't want in a relationship, and they have no problem letting you know both of those and all of those aspects beneath it all. And then for the zodiac sign, I always I always say, this can mean a few things. It can mean either this is your zodiac sign, this may be their zodiac sign, or they have these traits. And the zodiac sign we have here is an Aquarius energy. So that's just letting you know that they like to think about the future. They think long term. They're very future oriented. Like they don't just think in the now. Like they don't live in the now. Everything they do is like about 90% of the stuff they're thinking about or they're acting upon has to do with the future and long term. They're very innovative, intelligent, just overall friendly. Sometimes they may be like a little scattered or like a little emotionally detached, so like don't take it too personal, because they are still good at communicating with you, but that's just kind of like how they can be sometimes. Like they may seem like they're not all there, but that's just because they have a lot going on in their mind. Okay. And then lastly, for the house, we have the 5th house. And this is a great, this is like a great house when it comes to wanting to know how a future spouse's characteristics are going to be, because this kind of gives you like the most insight to really what they're all about when it comes down to it. So like this is letting you know that they're going to be very romantic. They're going to enjoy dating. Like, they're going to have some fun with it. Like expect dates to be a little bit different, but romantic at the same time. Like they like to think outside the box. They're very self-expressive too. And like lastly, they're gonna have like hobbies and interests that you may just think are like adorable or cute, or you guys may even share the same hobbies and interests, and that's where you guys can relate even more on. But and then also like the last thing is they are the type of person that are gonna want children, okay? So just so you know, this is definitely like wanting a family type of energy, okay? So like I said, they're in it for this future spouse is in it for the long term. They're gonna want a family. They're very energetic, you know, they may be a little scattered at times, but they know what they want and they're not afraid to tell you, okay? So I hope that makes sense, Kashika. Thank you for your question. And then Mohini, you are now up. I'm gonna shuffle these cards really quick, Mohini. Anytime, Kashika. Okay, Mohini, go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3 while I shuffle these cards really quick. Okay, pile 2. Okay, go ahead and pick a card now, Mohini, between 1 and 28. Okay, 22. Alright, so it seems like we have the Emperor card here. This is interesting. You know what? Go ahead and pick one more, Mohini, between 1 and 27, just to kind of get a little bit more insight. This card is kind of could be like easily misconstrued. I'm still gonna interpret it to you, but I just want a little bit more insight, okay? Okay. Okay, so we have the Four of Swords and we have the Emperor. Alright, so let's start with this Emperor. So off the bat with this card, it seems like they may be the type of person that's kind of like they kind of have a hard time expressing how they really feel. Like not like they're not capable of empathizing with you or like others, but it just seems like they have a hard time letting you know how they really feel, or they kind of like beat around the bush, or like they may even avoid it. Like they're kind of like they kind of just have this serious type of energy where it's hard to really read them or understand how they're feeling because they don't really say much. And it's crazy because it seems like there's a lot going on within their head, but they're not really like voicing it, if that makes sense. Like there's like a lot of unexpressed emotions. It seems like that's how they're feeling towards you. Like there's a lot of emotions there. Yeah, and there's a lot of, and that's what I'm saying, like there's a lot of unexpressed emotions overall. And then with this other, so like they definitely have some feelings, like they're feeling some type of way, but they just suck at expressing their feelings in general. And then with this Four of Swords, the second card you picked, this card is kind of all about like kind of like taking this time, because if you're saying that they're an ex, it seems like they've been going through this period of like not resting, but you know, when you kind of like take a step back and you're by yourself, you're like relying on that solitude, and you're kind of just, you know, like when there's nothing surrounding you, you're not at full capacity, you know, and it seems like they kind of used this time because they were feeling kind of like overwhelmed and anxious with everything that was going on, and this break has them feeling like kind of like starting to feel like rejuvenated and kind of be at like this mental peace. And it's kind of like they're definitely starting to feel a lot more relaxed with how it comes to how they're feeling towards you. Like I'm not sure on exactly what happened between the two of you, but it seems like they're starting to, like they took this break that you guys have and they kind of learned from it. And you may find them kind of like trying harder to like impress you or to get your attention. So kind of keep that in mind. But this is kind of like, this is like, it's not a bad thing. It just seems like they kind of needed some personal time for themselves. Yeah, like this is a lot of positive change. Like, so it's kind of like, you know, it's like the best way to look at it is, you know how sometimes you could take a step back from something, get the rest you need, and then come back rejuvenated and like full force, like back at it. It's like that. That's like the best way to like to put it. So it seems like they might have felt a little bit of drained, and they kind of like this whole break is helping them take it easy. And now that they've had this break to take it easy and reflect, they're getting back and ready to like, you know, take to go full force with you and get back to where you guys are capable of being, if that makes sense. So it's like, don't look at it in a bad way. It's kind of like, you know, sometimes things are better when they have a fresh perspective on the whole situation. Because it seems like they've definitely learned from everything that's gone on and they've gotten the rest they needed. So don't be surprised if they reach out to you soon. Okay, I'm glad it does. Yeah, thank you for your question, and I wish you the best of luck. Like I said, you know, like not even just introverts, but like, you know, just sometimes people just need some time to themselves to realize not even just what they're missing out on, but like what's really there in front of them, you know? Yeah, because it just seems like they were just kind of like mentally like exhausted, and not even just from you, but it just seems like their life was kind of like taking a toll on them right now, and they just kind of need to take a step back. Anytime. Thank you for your question. Okay, and next up is going to be Sahu. If you're still here, let me know. So next up is going to be Sahu or Charlie, Stella, Sajol. Let me know if any of you guys are here. Whoever responds first, I'll go ahead and get started with you. Okay, thank you, Mohini. I'm glad it did. I wish you the best of luck too, Mohini. Okay, one more time. If Sahu, Charlie, Stella, or Sajol are here, go ahead and let me know so that we can get started with your reading. Okay, Sajal, we'll go ahead and get started with you since I'm not seeing the other people here. So go ahead and pick a pile between 1 and 3, Sajal, and ask your question. Okay, go ahead and pick a card now between 1 and 31, Sajal. Okay, nice. So you have the 3 of Cups here. So as far as the future of your guys' relationship, this is such a great card. So this is kind of like letting you know that like you can definitely expect. I'm not sure if this is like a friendship right now or if it's like, aspiring connection or you guys are already in a connection, but this is kind of letting you know that this is definitely turning into a romance very quickly if it's not already. And if it is already, then just know it's going to get a lot more romantic than it has been. And that you guys are definitely going to be not going through some stuff, but getting brought closer together. And it seems like you guys are going to be getting along like very well, and the communication that you guys have are is gonna show the both of you and remind the both of you why you guys have chosen each other to begin with. Because this seems like there's a lot of love underneath it all, and it's gonna be very deep and like gratifying. So just kind of keep that in mind. But this is gonna be like very strong, like a very strong relationship overall, and like working together as a team and just like overall, not even just that, but like building each other up and working on each other together. Like, this is like very like mutual, having fun, happiness, and just being very good at communicating, okay? So like I said, this is like very successful type of energy overall. So just know that if this is yet to become romantic, or if it is romantic, this is a very successful type of what's it called? A very successful type of connection, okay? But just remember too to like nourish it, okay? Like you gotta make sure you take care of it. Like look at it as like a seed being planted, like you have to water that seed and take care of it in order for it to thrive, okay? Like I hope that makes sense. And thank you for your question and for being patient, Sajal. Anytime, Sajol. Thank you. Okay, and this is the last time I'm gonna ask. I'm gonna wait around about like 5 minutes to see if there's any of these people on the current list that are still here. So last call for Sahu, Charlie, and Stella. And if there's anybody that's here, if you'd like to donate, I can add you to the list and take you before I sign off for the rest of the day. Okay, I'm gonna wait a few more minutes. This is the last call for Sahu, Charlie, Stella, or anybody else that may have missed their turn, such as Cheryl, Ariza, Aldona, Schlock. So I'm gonna wait a few more minutes. Alright, thank you guys for anybody that's watching this or anybody replaying this. If you missed your turn, don't be afraid to come back this weekend when I do a free reading for all my subscribers, alright? Thank you guys, and I hope you guys have a good rest of your day.